The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, who's out there? Anybody? Okay, I took a wee bit of a setup today. We got it going to restream into 6 sites. YouTube, Pilled, Rumble, Twitch, and X or / Twitter, and Odyssey. So we'll see how it goes. I think they got the comments enabled this time. I may have forgot that last time on X, so people didn't have the option to comment. Only I could. I guess. I don't know. So yeah, I got it set to everybody, so we'll see what happens. So yeah. So we're going to do today. I better type that up. So we're going to cover alien visit cases. And we're struggling with my eyes again. I've got cataracts that need operating on. And I'm down to one eye, pretty much. If that goes blurry, which it is at the moment, makes it even more difficult. Okay. Looks like that went alright. I'll have Openlines. Set up Openlines. Anyone wants to come on. Most people are too scared to, though. Be civil, no swearing, which is a hard one for most people. Moderate swearing's okay, but no F words and C words. In case kids are watching, of course. Google doesn't like it too much, especially in the first 30 seconds. If you swear in the first 30 seconds, they demonetize your show, apparently. So if anyone's had their own UFO experiences or alien encounters like I have, come and talk about it, and we'll see if there's any relationship to mine. Mine's pretty unique, but we've had some really strange cases over the years come forward, and not even match close to mine, including Mayan lampshade head people. So Pin message. Alright. It's looking good. I think I got that sorted out. Yeah. Come on, eyes, work. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Well, not really. I'll set up free for all on Jitsi. You shouldn't need an account, but you might need to authorize that you're a legit person using your Google account. I'll post up the links to that. Make sure if you don't want your camera on, best to put your finger over the camera lens or something like that. And until you can click the no video button on the software. Or switch cameras. You can normally tell it to use the back camera instead or something. Come on, chat. Just need a browser. A modern one. Firefox, Chrome is prepared. Brave works. And I think the other ones might do too. Edge might be working now. Okay. And if you haven't got a PC, which is a bit unfortunate, or a laptop, you can download the app for your tablet, smartphone, and Apple products. I think you can still get it from here. And that should have gone out to all the chat domains. So yeah, if you got anything do you want to bring the community or discuss with me, then you can. I've got a few tabs set up for today. So we got daylight savings ending tonight in New Zealand, so we'll be getting rid of the summer daylight, which means we go back 1 hour. And I think UK and maybe other places in America will be going forward an hour. So there'll be a change in the gap in between. So what's that? Go back 1, go forward 1. What's that mean? There's a 2-hour gap in UK now. So if I do it at midnight, that would be like 2 in the morning, I think. So I don't know whether I have to start a wee bit earlier to counteract daylight savings. Never ending, is it? So I just put that one there to remind me to talk about it. So that's coming up. So that means over 1/3 of the year's gone already. Yeah? So yeah, I'll just adjust this. Yeah, that one's longer. Anyway, we're all up and running. I'll just have to do a few checks on the other screen. Just bear with me. And I probably need to post this one on X. I'll just do that. I'm not sure if I need to do that, but X is a strange setup. Paul is now live. Openlines chat side enabled. At least I hope so. Okay, post. We'll see if anyone drops around. Can I look at the stats? There. I guess I got one there. Whether it's me, I don't know. Okay, so X. Probably don't need to have it playing, do I? I guess there's a wee bit behind there. What? Hang on, I was just being interrupted. Just checking out Pilled. I've got it playing there too, so I'll just get rid of the CPU there. Who we got there? Anybody? 6 pass through. 1 watching, that probably be me still. Okay. Odyssey. Really get anyone there. Because we've got 0 there. And Twitch, 0 there too. 0. So Pilled and YouTube are the ones at the moment. And Rumble, normally we get a few on that. We've got 9 up there, so say hi in the side chat for us. Anybody there, so you know it's working? Would be great. If you want to come on voice, the link's been posted there. Okay, this is a wee bit longer than normal, wasn't it? We got 2 Lucas on YouTube. He's there. Is that you, Cubid? Cubid, and who else looks? All the haters. So yeah, more on aliens. So yeah, I found a few tabs here to go over for general discussion on the more positive side of ufology. There's a few people out there that are trying to destroy ufology, full of their hatred, because they got conned by the big talking heads out there. But when you experience it for yourself, it changes your worldview, and you realize that the aliens are pretty much in control of everything. They're pretty much tricksters, if not even more so. They're able to mess around with our technology. They can show up anytime they want to. It doesn't have to be at night time. Most of my experiences have been during a lunch hour or early morning. But yeah, certainly the most scary one was at about 4 a.m. I think it was. Around about then. So, although they did help me, but they're able to. I just found out. They injected a needle into my back, and they fixed up my back, right? And before that happened, I had a long, loud tone in my left ear. Now I know I got ringing in the ears already, but this tone was different. I mean, it was really loud, and that normally goes on for about a minute. 30 seconds to a minute. So last weekend, I was doing a lot of download, like I said, talk about my dreams. I download what I received and put it out there, and had some sort of debate with some ex-CIA guy called Jack. And come Monday, I have this buzzing in the ear again that lasts for a minute, and blow me, the back pain is back again. and it lasts for a whole week. And I said out loud to him, I said, "Why are you punishing me like this?" So that night I went to bed again, coming up to the weekend, and oddly enough, the pain had disappeared again. So I think they can punish you. Obviously, the people they visit is not totally random. They visit people for a reason, and probably need us for certain projects. Now, what my project is, I don't know. Maybe it's to put out information that I get and hopefully inspire some scientists or other thinkers out there to take it further. See, I don't want to be a scientist. I want to be just a computer guy. So I don't want to learn all physics and abstract thinking. I've got enough to deal with as it is, being a creator. But yeah, it's interesting once you try and figure out why me, when it happens to you. So if anyone out there has had why me experience, especially up close personal ones, where the aliens are only a few feet away from you, if not in the same room, I'd love to talk to you. I'm pretty sure other people would be interested in your story as well. Now, there are people obviously do have mental problems, right? And they think they're seeing aliens when they're not. That's something totally different. Normally, people that are not sure go to ERT in America and get proper treatment. They put them through various people, including professional doctors and stuff, to work out whether it's something triggered by drugs or head injury or whatever. But yeah, they kind of interview thousands of people every year, and there's certain common markers for people that have truly been abducted or had visitations. They don't make those public for obvious reasons, to stop people trying to trick them, read up on how to be a abductee online and go along and waste their time. So there are people like me really into the research fields, don't want to reveal too much of stuff like that can be then used to hoax it, or the debunkers that don't want to believe anyway will use it in a negative way. Most what I've found out is most of the debunkers keep saying, "Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?" Well, because the aliens control it all, and they make sure what evidence they provide is very limited, because they want to keep it secret, bollocks of it, for whatever reason. Maybe if we can't validate it, means it won't scare the world population out there, that they could show up any time and take them. And the government knows this. The government can't stop it happening. So yeah, as the years go on, they show up randomly. You can't predict when they're going to show up. Everybody's asked to set up cameras if they're a regular experiencer. But so far, I'm pretty much the only person that's managed to catch any image of something. But they have got photographs of evidence of wounds and that sort of stuff. But actual picture of the aliens visiting them, no, because again, they can mess around with the cameras and mess up the SD cards on them, or basically mess around with the camera completely. They can mess around with the power supplies, they can mess around with the internet connections, from what I've seen of my gear going down. It's fascinating though, but Hey, we finally got someone on the side chat. If you want to come on voice, Jasper, you can. I'm not sure if you speak with a German accent or not. I don't think you've ever been on voice. But yeah, you're welcome to join if you think your English is up there for speaking. I don't know. Most Germans speak really good English from what I've seen anyway. Better than our German because we don't get taught it in schools. But yeah, I'll just highlight your comment there just to make sure it's working. Yeah, I was just going over my experiences, and it'd be good to have anyone else that's got experiences. I want to come on and talk about alien cases, but you know, most people out there are too scared to. But you can come on without your video going, and it'll just put up a graphic, and once you've done that a few times, you get used to it. No, Michael King had a really interesting experience with a guy at school that claimed he was a alien. And that's the problem, is not all of the aliens are alien greys, right? They're not little short, little black-eyed Mr. Grey up in the corner there. But some of them look very human-like and have blonde hair. So I think we've got about 8 on Rumble and a handful on Pilled. Do say hi in the side chat, and we'll go from there. So what we got going on down here? Hey, I'm not into public speaking. Well, it's always the first time. Do you think I ever was? When I was asked to be a tutor at university to teach my knowledge, I thought, okay. When they said it was $65 an hour, I thought, yeah, of course. But it was a lot of work, and that was on top of my regular job because it was part-time teaching, and it was for some of it was in the afternoon, but most of it was after hours when people also had jobs and they were doing their course in the evenings. So yeah, maybe that's the reason the aliens have contacted me. Maybe they know I'm multi-talented. And I was a skeptic to start with. And that's the reason I started up my channel, to expose security, as he was making fraudulent photoshops and leaker videos using his own voice. And he still hasn't come clean to his 2 million strong followers that he did that. But yeah, I guess a few have found out over the years, or stumbling across my channel, which Google makes sure they don't promote because they'd like their security to keep making them millions of dollars. But anyway, this is more on the positive side of things. All the negative side will be on Monday's show, which will be your Sunday. And of course we've got daylight savings kicking in then, so we have to see what happens. But yeah, I've got a ton of stuff to cover on Live 183. So if you can't make it fully today, you might be able to make the next one, but it won't be open lines on the next one, but you can type in the side chat. Here we go, going. Just up, making a quick coffee. Okay. Thanks for having a chat with us. Anyway, so let's start this off. That was my lead-in. If you're new to the channel, do sub. We try to be professionals here, but we do have a bit of sense of humour. We do make a bit of fun out of some things, out of some people. Yeah, okay, so what do we got here? I'm probably going to have to zoom in a bit and try and control the screen best I can. And when I zoom in, it zooms in 3 displays here. And sometimes the cursor ends up on the wrong one and it goes a bit crazy. So this one starts off, what's it like to be abducted by aliens? Now everybody hears about that joke about being anal probed. So far, I don't recall anything like that happening to me, and I don't want it to either. How do you know it's not a hallucination? And that's always the big question. That's why it pays to talk to experts. When it happened to me, I reached out to someone I knew that worked for ERT and described what happened, and he said I had a lot of markers there that matched a real event. So, yeah. So we've talked about in the past about various drugs can cause hallucinations. So even painkillers, especially if on high dosage, including weed for certain people with certain DNA, can also cause hallucination, especially if it's high. What do you call it? HLC or whatever it's called, HTC or whatever it's called. They normally have long names for it. But if you're a regular user or using very strong weed, it can cause hallucination in some people. In fact, now it's more legal. They're getting more results on those type of drugs. Let's see. Some of the abductees were not tucked into their beds and were driving or walking. So I've said this before. It's very hard to find information out there where people have talked about their abductions publicly. That's available publicly. Now, ERT would have all these anomalous cases and have all the stats, which I've been trying to get my hands on. But it's easier said than done because why, I don't know. And I don't understand why the government's not taking the abductions up. I see it was left off the report. Maybe it's like a prickly topic and they can't deny it. Maybe that's maybe there's some truth in the abductions, so they're best to leave it off the list. So you could be walking the street and be abducted, or driving. Yeah, you got to wonder what happens to the car if you get abducted while driving. Now, we do know that UFOs can stall cars. Something to do with ionizing the oxygen around the car. It won't ignite in petrol and gas, apparently. But also they can muck around with the electrical system as well. So I guess they can stall the car, or conduct you while it's driving, and then control the car to go off onto the side of the road, I guess. And those that do drive can end up much further down the road than what's possible by driving. So obviously, time they stop the car, it's a wee bit off the road. So it probably can go down a ditch or through a fence even, couldn't it? According to that statement now. They often have passengers who also suffer the missing time phenomenon at the exact same time, and for that same length of time. So if we can find those type of people, how can Arrow ignore that sort of information? Multiple witnesses of the same event. You can't say everybody's mental or hyposteria, all the other excuses they come up with, sleep paralysis. They both fell asleep in the car. No. One argument is where a woman goes to bed wearing a jogging suit because she doesn't wear a nightgown, only to wake up wearing a nightgown. Now, that apparently happened to Stan Romanek, remember? He talked about that in his presentations. Even though he was caught or set up for being a PD, doesn't mean that the alien abductions weren't real. Apparently, he reckons the dressing gown was actually Betty's from Barney Hill. Betty and Barney Hill. He reckons it was her nightgown, so he reached out to Kathleen, I think Kathleen, or whatever her name is, Marden, and she said yes, she did lose her nightgowns that particular night. So yeah, it would be good to interview her on that and see if that's actually took place, because I don't remember her ever out in the stand being wrong on that. So, but I know they have sort of done some further analysis with Ben Hansen on her nightgown and found some more chemical spots on it. So yeah, I'm not sure what come of that. Probably couldn't get any DNA off it, probably. But that's not the only case, right? There's patient 15 where apparently they photographed handprints on the wall of small children, or three-fingered aliens. I mean, and they also found that a tree outside was magnetized, which is impossible, and a fiberglass sailboat was magnetized, and also plastic forks in the drawer. Apparently, they videotaped how they were being attracted to metal and all that sort of stuff. But I can't seem to find that video, else I'd bring it back to you. I'm pretty sure I did play some of it in a really old episode somewhere. But be damned if I can find that video now. Certainly since Dr. Lear was the one to bring it out, I think. So that was the most strange case ever. And as we know, it's physically impossible to magnetize plastic as well. But after a certain period of time, they lose their magnetism, which is normal for magnets anyway. Magnets do lose their strength after a while. So if you've not heard about that case, it's out there. It's called Patient 15, for an anonymous name, of course. You've probably heard of Patient 17 from a movie that Corbell did. And I actually did analysis on that one to see their procedures, and it was very sloppy, and the frequencies they got off the stuff could be explained away because they didn't use a Faraday cage and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, so reading the sentence here on further, then there's also abductees like Amy Ryland and Travis Walton. Well, Travis Walton, I don't believe was abducted. I believe he made up the story with his mate Rogers, and the other people in the truck didn't know what was going on. So they were good for lie detectors. They set up a staged event using a spotlight, because not often you hear about aliens shooting down beams of light and hurting people, shooting them backwards and all that sort of stuff. His is the only case where that sort of happened. And of course Rogers outed them and then later changed his mind, so I think that was enough damage done there because Rogers said how it was done using not a deer stand, but a fire stand in the forest that the others didn't know existed. And he hid out there or at Rogers' place while the police were searching the woods. But anyway, that's another story. So there are people in this field that do it for money and also do it for attention, and some people that have mental problems. And then you got the real ones, ones that pass all the litmus tests and people that come from all walks of life, from doctors to police to even NSA and FBI and CIA also do experience alien visitations, and scientists, credible people out there that are still anomalous. All kinds of witnesses by others to this day. None of the work team ever confessed to making the whole thing up. So that's not quite true. Philip Glass, he was a debunker, pretty much like Mick West. And he's talking about that he offered $10,000 to one of the workers to say the whole thing was a hoax, and he declined. However, one of the workers did make a statement without money, saying he thought it wasn't a UFO but a dare stand with light on it, which sounds very much like a fire stand. So yeah, if you look into the case a bit more deeply than repeating talking heads out there, that case is very dodgy now. And you got to remember that guy made a lot of money from it. You know, he got a movie deal out of it, millions of dollars there. And also he does like 25 conferences a year. And they can make a lot of money as a speaker and sell the books, of course. So let's see what the next one here says. Just check out on the side comments. If anyone wants to have a say about what I just talked about, come on the side chat voice. I posted the links earlier. Where's Michael? Where's Shogun? Where's everybody that normally shows up? Looks like there's no new comments there. Okay. So on to the next comment here. There are numerous accounts of alien abduction. Almost all these abductions have no connection to each other at all and are separated by land masses. Even continents. Yep, that's very true. What is remarkable is they are unbelievable similar. Yep, that's true too. This can happen only if there is a universal phenomenon. Nothing else can explain it. In other words, it is real. It cannot be hallucination. Abduction by aliens is most sickening and disgusting and frightening experience. No one should experience it. Now, in my case, I wasn't abducted. I was actually operated in my own bed. But, yeah, it was kind of scary and very painful. And I suppose it can affect certain people. Makes them unstable from that point onwards. The only thing that changed me was maybe more determined to find the answers. Why would they want to help me and all that sort of business? He didn't say too much there, did he? Has anyone been abducted by aliens? If so, okay. Please, no rubbish responses. You can see not many people reply to these people. This is not a topic I openly talk about, since I understand people who claim so are poised to suffer from mental illness. The none that will be. There isn't an overly detailed account, but I have never decided to undergo any regression. Yeah, I don't want any regression either, because people then can say that what you remember is false memories. Everything I remember is actually the next day, and I haven't remembered anything extra. As far as I know, I don't think I have. I've probably forgotten stuff like the exact times and how their skin felt and all that sort of stuff, because I grabbed the hand. But yeah, a lot happens in 20 seconds when you have some sort of control and then it's taken away again. What's amazing is before that happened, was that a couple of months before? I was mucking around with phone software that could record once it detects sound. And I thought, I'd use that for ghost hunting and see if it picks up any whispering while I'm asleep. I don't expect aliens to come visiting. But one night there was a big crash on my roof. And I thought, shit, everybody in the house has to be awake after hearing that. And I had the software going, and I thought, I'll listen to it in the morning. Which is probably a mistake. And so I went out and looked around the house. Everybody was dead to the world, even the dog was asleep. And I thought that was very strange. How could they be asleep for all that noise? And now, when the alien visit happened, I can understand why. Somehow they're able to knock out everybody in the house, not just you. It's different when the daylight sightings happen. Everybody was awake. But somehow they're able to, in that case, only make you see it and not other people see them. So that kind of suggests you're not actually really seeing it with your eyes, but you're seeing it with your mind. So they're injecting some sort of neuron control into brain cells on the visual side of things, so then that's when you see it. Now, it's still solid and everything else, but no one else can see it in the room. But that night when I checked the next morning with the big sound, I checked the phone because it's meant to be making 10-minute audio chunks just all night long, and if it filled up, it recycle it. When I go and check for that time period, those files were all missing for an hour. So yeah, put it down to a bug in the software, or you put it down that they can actually delete things off your phone remotely. And of course that was going into internal memory, not SD card at that time too. So that means that's pretty sophisticated hacking if it was some CIA black ops going on. And why were they making so much damn noise on the roof? So we just put it down to being a cat, of course, but then I can't explain why people weren't woken up. We did have cats on the roof. It's always a possibility. That's why you don't take it too seriously at first. But until when you start having paranormal activity and aliens visiting, you got to check it out just in case it's a prowler, not a cat. Yeah, so you haven't got time to be scared. You got to sort of man up and do the manly thing, make sure everything's safe outside. But anyway, getting back to the story. Okay, we scrolled down, that's right. This isn't an overly detailed account, but I have never decided to undergo any regression therapy because my experiences are not bothering me. Mine are not bothering me either, but for a wee while after, it was a wee bit hard to sleep. So it does mess up your sleep, and I don't know, sometimes you feel like there's something touching you, like cobwebs, and I don't know if that's paranormal or related to the aliens. And I had it happen last night, and I thought, Oh yeah, I'll just rub my arm. It may be just some sort of static or whatever. But yeah, that's something I have noticed since 2020, living in the house. That's when it all started. Or seem to have any ill effects. In fact, I've only had positive effects since the aliens visited. So, what I remember, I was around 7 years old. Now, younger age people that have these things happen, you have to wonder if their memories have been messed up. But when I think back to the memories I have as a kid, it's always been when I was scared or something, or there was something I really enjoyed, like some sort of new food or something like that, right? And those memories sort of stick with you. So I can understand if you had something really frightening happen at a younger age that you might remember some of it, right? I have a memory of seeing a shiny metal round disc. Believe it or not, just parked in a nearby park. Now, this is a remote area of Canada. I remember approaching the small people outside the craft. Sounds a bit like aerial school, doesn't it? I don't recall any conversation, no abduction or anything. Yeah, mine haven't communicated with me either, apart from the daytime one doing a thumbs up or staring at me. But not in a way that you feel creeped out. It's kind of weird, I know, but seemed quite friendly. I recall knowing when they were parked and would tell my mum I'm going to play. I would meet up with them and still have no recollection of what we did. Again, like I said, this is what I remember. Not really an exciting story, but it gets interesting. Now, normally, if kids start experiencing this, generally some parent also had it happen in their childhood. So if he told his mum he was seeing aliens, she might suddenly come clean and say, well, I had that as well. Why? Maybe because they're checking up on the DNA. Maybe they modified it while she was pregnant in the scene of it coming out in the kid and higher intelligence, maybe. Or better health or live longer or whatever. Why? That's more questions than answers. Now, I have a theory that the alien greys are caretakers of the universe, and the tall whites come from another universe in a multiverse system. And whether they've teamed up with the alien greys or trying to undo the damage of the alien greys, I'm not too sure. But as caretakers, the alien greys or the whites, or see, this is what I'm not sure on. That's what the feeling I get from my brain is that they're caretakers, but I'm not sure if they're both working together or whatnot. And they're stopping people moving from one universe to the other and staying there. That they want them to return back, so they don't mess up the DNA pool, interbreeding or whatever. Maybe is the feeling I get is that they want to keep the DNA in each of the universes pretty much like a petri disc, I guess. Where you got bacteria in each disc, and you want to see how they develop without interference. So when you see ghosts, I've talked about this in past lives. It's where a portal's not fully opened, and you're actually seeing the universe where it's got the same DNA as your universe, and it's also got the same people. So there's multiple of you out there, but they're in a different time frame. Some may not even be alive yet. They might be in the dinosaur period, but some will be in the future, and they'll look just like you. Some would have died. They would have been in the same house. All that sort of stuff is possible to be repeated in the same places. Maybe it's not so random as we think. But yeah, so what happens is a portal opens up and you see someone that's in the other universe, Earth, and pass through a wall. And of course that person might be someone that you knew in that location that had died, and you think it's their spirit. And also, this also explains angels and demons. So the demons and angels could be critters from those other multiverses that don't fit in with our one, or they come and kill us or eat us or whatever, a bit like the Predator. Yeah, so back to the story going. Where do we get to? I knew they were close. Okay, I don't recall being aboard any craft. Yep, nor do I. At this time, I do remember later starting to fear the process of being beamed up, so to speak. There was a sound that would happen. Oh, okay. So that's like a marker, right? A sound that inside the craft or whatever this thing was. So is he saying the beam was making a sound? So I've got some evidence on camera where it only happens twice in the night, or in the day anyway. Generally it happens in the night time with a 30 to an hour difference in the weird effect that happens. It's where my camera goes totally black. Now, it's not possible for a infrared camera to go totally black, especially when you got a camera on the other side of the room also with IR LEDs, right? So it's adding more light, infrared light into the room to bounce off things. So this camera goes black for 1 second or less, and then it comes back on again. And looks like nothing's happened, right? So this happens later again, another hour on, and the same thing happens. Now, I've only seen it happen on the camera a couple of times now, but I haven't had time to go through everything and keep checking it every day. I just haven't got time for that. If anything really scary happens where I get touched, I will make a note of the time and then look at the video, of course. Touched, I've been touched 1, 2, 3, 4 times now that I remember, and woken up, and I wasn't sort of paralyzed, which discounts it being sleep paralysis. But anyway, what I think is going on is they're beaming me up, and that second the camera goes black. I'll bring up an image of it and see if I can show you to refresh your memory. What's interesting is it doesn't block out all the infrared light. Because we've got a bright light on the other side of the room from the other camera, there's a little fine dot of infrared light that breaks through. So it's like it tries to absorb all the infrared light in the room so the cameras don't work. And it doesn't quite do it. It almost does it. And then either replaces me with a double ganger or puts a mass that looks like I'm still in bed in that split second. It's like a magic trick. And then they bring me back. But But I have no memory of that. I'm just trying to guess. Could that be what's happening, or is it some sort of really really strange camera effect? Um, if it's so, other people should have that same camera effect where it looks like all the IR light in the room has been sucked dry out the room. If anyone's got that, I'd love to know, so we can sort of eliminate it as a camera artifact or something real going on. Yes. What we got going on here? Jasper, you're back with us. What are you laughing at? Did I say something funny? So yeah, so if you go to my channel, can I do it on this? This, my throat is really dry for some reason. When you do a lot of talking on these shows, that's what happens, I guess. But for the last 3 months, I've had this really dry throat that just won't go away. I just wonder if it's COVID related. So if we type in the Out There channel, let's do a regular search. Let's see if we can find it on Google. The Out There channel. Without any spaces, it should come up with lots of hits. And straight away, it doesn't come up with its own YouTube channel. And it's saying, did you mean this? No, I didn't. So we got probably every other site under the sun, apart from YouTube itself, probably. What's that one? Podcast. Another Out There channel, investigations. I thought maybe Robert deleted that by now. The Apple podcasts, Apple Gang, Spreaker, Streamlabs, TikTok, Telegram, more podcasts, TikTok again, Facebook, which I don't run anymore because I don't have a Facebook account. BitChute, movie database, Reddit, more podcasts, Subscribestar, YouTube, right at the bottom there, and X. Let's see if it is. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that actually. I was expecting YouTube not to be there, but it looks like it is. So it's currently we're live. So you go to Shorts. And if you scroll down, I did this one with the plane going overhead. That's pretty good. The overcast sky. Plane that's probably 1,000 feet up on my optical zoom camera there. But anyway, and would you believe that YouTube just won't promote these shorts? Hasn't promoted that one. Hasn't promoted that one. 4 views. Hasn't promoted that one. That one was jets in a holding pattern over Las Vegas. Diamond lights seen from the plane, which we know is a solar farm. They wouldn't promote that one. So you can see why I don't get any visitors or new subs, because I'm highly suppressed. So why, I don't know. Multiverse theory that I get from dreams. connected in with science, and no views there, not been promoted. Full moon on the camera, that wasn't promoted. But you can see this is at midnight when it's totally black outside, and you can see that the full moon almost makes it look like daytime. You can even see the blue stars, but you can see the blue sky. It's pretty good. Not bad for a Chinese camera, but anyway, just carry on. Charlie. I'm just trying to find pretty much anything to do with space, ghosts, aliens, or UFOs never gets rolled out in shorts because it's too scary for people, according to Google anyway. But if I put those up on TikTok, it gets hundreds and thousands of views. But those people don't. Most of those people probably can't join YouTube. YouTube is banned in China because you can't have free speech in China. But you can have dog videos. It's quite a while ago now, wasn't it? So we've got to keep on going until I find it. There's another one on the full moon. You can see. Oh no, that's the dog outside. There was another one with the full moon, and it wasn't so brightly lit. You can see that one's not so brightly lit, and that's early morning coming up to sunrise. But I have got another one with the moon one, and it's not quite as bright as that other one. I might have to get nasal spray. My nose is suddenly blocked up. So that was the strange flash of light I got in the bedroom that looks like an alien head. Only lasted less than a second. Again, it could be related to the camera going black, but this is on a separate, different camera. It's almost like they're looking through a portal at me, seeing what I was doing for a split second, and hoping I wouldn't notice. This one where the tall blonde girl shows up in the bedroom. I managed to muck around with the images and finally pull out some image out of the dark video. That's the cupboard there. That's the bed and the quilt on top. So that's the only proof one. These are the proof ones I get, you know. Spiders. Turkey UFO case. Dogs. Spiders and webs. Where is it? It's still going. Still going. Bees. Dad's finally got rid of all his bees now. He's got too old. So he sold his hives. So he's unhappy. His joints don't allow him to lift up 30 kgs of honey, because each of those boxes are full of honey. They're like 20 to 30 kgs in weight, and they can be stuck together. Oh God, I didn't think it was this far back, but maybe it is. Shouldn't be this hard to find. That's another strange one I got. which I managed to solve. I thought it was a drone flying up and down above the house or UFO. That was a pretty crazy one. Let's see, open a new tab. I'll just quickly show you that one. This is actually a camera artifact. You wouldn't think so, though. See that? When I saw that on camera with the bugs flying past, I thought, the hell, who's outside with a drone at 3 in the morning or whatever it was? Would you believe that's actually not a spider web, but a piece of jelly dangling in front of the lens where it was reflecting the LED lights back at the camera. It's just amazing. Again, that one hasn't been rolled out, and it's only got 3 likes on it. See, people are not interested in what I have to show. You only want the fake stuff. But anyway, and I didn't even have to fake that. Third Phase would have made lots of money on that one, and Tyler would have as well. What's this, guys? That was the UFOs. I caught going past a star. I think it was. I assumed an accident. It was smaller than a star or planet. Zooming across. Anyway, I've reposted that one. That was the lump on the back where the aliens jabbed me with a needle, and it's got 1, 2, 3 black holes there in a triangle pattern. Anyway, keep going. More spiders, floating spiders. Music. More bugs and weirdness. Yeah, it must be close now. Okay. Must be around about here somewhere. Another spider one, is it? Oh no, it could be a fast moving bug. That one leaves a little trail behind. That's a problem with infrared cameras. You get this ghosting effect that happens. Didn't think it was that far away. Of course, Google doesn't make it easy to search for it. And these are some of the color night vision. So if you've got a light source on outside, you can still see the stars, but you can also see color. And this one is a plane flying past at night time. And normally you don't see it like that on crappy cameras, especially smartphones. It ends up being a big blob of light that sort of blinks. At least you can see the color lights blinking on these better cameras. I don't think I've gone past it, have I? It's amazing how much stuff I do, isn't it? I've actually bought one of those, so I've yet to make a short video about it. And what do you call it? Special plastic that you can moldable plastic, I think it's called. But I've yet to make a demo using it. Where's the camera fault one? Where are you? Dear. I don't know why it's so big. I have to scale it down for this stupid shorts. Is that it? Here we go. Black Mass. Finally found it. So let's go back. It's got 27 views at least. But I do post it around a fair bit, this one. Asking if anyone else has had this problem. I'll just make it full screen here. I did hear something beep, did I? Well, you're definitely out there. Thanks, Jasper. So yeah. You've heard all this stuff before anyway, haven't you? So that little blob of light is some of the infrared that got through into the sensor. Now, what can cause this? If it's a sheet of paper or a hand that gets in the way of the camera lens, it's going to have the heat and some of the infrared reflecting off the hand. It wouldn't be totally black like this. You'd see a hand going down. Anyway, I'll just play it and just show you. I'm stepping it frame by frame here, and then suddenly it goes like that.
So it can't be a camera fault because it's still recording. It's not corrupted.
Yeah, it's got
can't be the infrared lights are out because it will reflect off a hand.
And then it comes back on again.
There it is. So it can't be a camera fault because it's still recording. It's not corrupted.
So I don't know how that can happen.
Can't be the infrared lights are out because it will reflect off a hand.
So there's the speck of light from that really camera that's blasting LEDs towards it. Now I've turned this one into a color mode only, so it doesn't have the LEDs blasting at this camera here. That's the only thing I've changed, because I want to be able to capture normal light as well as infrared light, so I needed two cameras for that, and each camera covers each other. But the problem is the one that films in color at night time, the room's too dark to see the other camera. So really you need multiple cameras. So you need maybe even a thermal camera. So not only do you need to have able to see it, you need multiple cameras. Probably need an infrared one over that side as well as a thermal that side, and it's covering both sides of the bed. But yeah, it's funny how it suddenly goes black like this, and you'll see the bright light is right in smack in the middle there. Right there, see? So yeah, how can you suck out all the infrared light in the room for a second and then turn it back on?
There it is. So it can't be a camera fault because it's still
anyway, if you want to go and look at the full episode on these ones, you can click the link at the bottom here. Created
and
from.
If we
you click on that, it should take you to the episode it was made from, and it's on this one here. Pool's Shadow Blob, and you can see it's a fair while ago. 1 year ago now. 79 views, 11 likes on that one. So I'll post a link to that one and you can have a watch of the full thing. If I push play, it's not going to take us to the spot, which is pretty crappy. But if you go here on the book chapters, click on the chapters. I've made it easy for you in the last few years because I do chapters and everything. And you can find the part where I'm analysing the video. A lot of the time we're analysing video, we stumble across stuff that I didn't see as well. Here's the bedroom here. Paul is woken up again around the same time. Paul, new paranormal capture. So what was that one there? Right, so move on cases. So that'll be the bedroom one there. We're looking at the video.
21:30 really. So remember all the other disturbances when I got woken up with?
So basically, I got touched and woken up. And something happened this night where I was woken up, but I'd never noticed that the camera blacked out or anything like that. So yeah, it's kind of a strange one. If it's a camera artifact where it can lose all but a bright spot of infrared light from another camera, it's certainly the strangest camera artifact I've ever come across. Anyway, I will post a link to it. And we got lots of other goodies coming up yet. So it's interesting me talking about reading out other people's stories and suddenly coming across something that's very similar to my experience, right? And so I have to talk about it. Paul's black mass. Now I thought maybe it was a black mass standing in front of the camera. But why would it happen only twice in the night? So it makes more sense that maybe that's when I'm taken and switched from a double ganger. 2 pools out there are scary. Anyway, I've posted it on the side there. Again, if you want to come and join me on Voice to talk about any of this, I'll repost the link. Just load into a web browser, give it permission to your video and audio, and away you go. My nose is blocked up really bad. I probably sound like Dr. J Radio. Yeah. All these people that nasal talkers. Did I post the link? I haven't there. So that's some sort of crazy pop-up. What did I do? Did I post it? Jesper. Right, did I post the link or what? Yeah. Looks like it didn't go for that one there. Odyssey doesn't allow links. That's kind of weird. Let's see. Let's see what's going on over there. Odyssey. Well, it says it sent it, so it should have been on the end. I'm not seeing it though. Anyway. Hey, One Life Man, this has popped up. How's it going? How's it going, mate? Long time. Dang, son, no, you don't want to have a black mass in front of a camera. No, especially a strange one like that. If it was a black mass, that means it's also semi-transparent because the infrared beam of light from the other camera went through it, which is very strange. So And why is it only there for a split second? And it's split second also when it repeats an hour later. But yeah, strange going ons. But for the last 6 months, it's been very quiet here. But still, apart from that strange noise in my ear last week, and my back pain suddenly coming back because I think I was being punished. I don't know. It's really strange. How many more years do you think human colonizing planets? Well, we've got a bit long way away from that, I think. Let's see. First of all, they've got to get to make a moon base, right? And then they're going to bounce from there to Mars. I don't know. It might be in my lifetime before I die. I would say at the speed things are going at, because it's more interested in spending money on war, aren't they? Rather than getting on together and working together to get off planet and protect human life forever by migrating to newer planets. But some people out there don't want that to happen because we are known to want to kill each other on other places as well as take all the resources and leave the place damaged. So humans are pretty bad. Most of the humans are pretty bad like that, right? It's all about greed and self-interests. Maybe that's why people like me have aliens come to them, because I'm not like that. Yeah, that's why some of these talking head hosts on other UFO podcasts never have anything happen to them. Because aliens just know deep inside the character of the person. Whether they warmongers, screaming their heads off type people, drama queens, they're not interested in that. They don't want someone that's going to fight them all the time. They want someone that's going to work with them. To get what their mission is, I don't know. I'm still getting bits and pieces, and if I get more information in my dreams, I will bring it to you. But yeah, let's see. Moon's coming up, so that's what, a couple of years away. Then building the base could take 10 years, 20 years, and then launching from there to other places and getting on Mars. I'd say they're probably doing the Moon and Mars pretty much in parallel though. So maybe once they start building the Moon base and get something going, basic camp, Elon will probably be trying to his blow up inflatable modules on Mars by then and testing them out. But put living people on there, I think that would have to be at least another 10, 15 years away, I'd say. And depending if there's a war, nuclear war, or some sort of major disaster, that could never happen, right? That could be set back 100 years or more. So yeah, humans are just stupid. Anyway, back to what we're doing. I just got to get some nasal spray because I just can't talk and breathe through the mouth at the same time. But we'll carry on with the story here because some of these things are very interesting. I should put a little animation up meantime. Spacey, just put that up there. Oh yeah. This better. Start the work. Back. Start the work. It feels like it's sort of breaking down the mucus or whatever it does. Species off. Comes in handy, that. Okay. Just check out in the comments. Anyone say anything while I'm gone? Oop, what happened there? So, yeah, haven't quite got to the next level on subs on YouTube. Got close to ticking over. Instead, I started losing some again. But yeah, Pilled has stalled again, and BitChute has certainly stalled now for months. So yeah, maybe there's not that many real UFO type people out there. They're all sort of young kids probably that like to follow people like Tyler, who's never had an experience. So yeah. So what do we got there before we carry on? I seen UFO when I was a kid. Since then, I'm obsessed. I want more answers. Well, if you had more experiences, you may have freaked out quite a lot. How many people could withstand not being scared to sleep at night after being touched so many times by invisible beings? Whether it's aliens with some sort of cloaking technology, I don't know. I don't know what we saw in the 90s, but it was something hovering slightly over a field. Okay. So maybe you're abductees and don't even know it, you know. Actually, it was at night, so we only saw a bright, silent light. Yeah, you know what people don't like? They don't like those dots in the sky. You want something up close, personal, like I've had. You want aliens in the same room, basically. It's the only way you can be sure what you're seeing. And you need it like a UFO hovering over the house, but like that one that was a fake one, but something like that floating above would be really good. Unfortunately, that was a fake, and I thought maybe the aliens have finally shown their craft above next door's house when I saw it, but that wasn't the case. And I was a bit disappointed, as you can imagine. Okay, so where did we get to on this meeting? Because I got such... Laying in my bedroom, I can remember it being lit up, quite bright, and then the feeling of being levitated through the wall and outside. Well, I can't say I've ever had that happen, or the feeling of being lifted, apart from my leg being lifted in the bed one night, and I woke up with my leg up on an angle, and I started kicking wherever I was holding it, but I couldn't see anything there, and on the camera it just looks like I've lifted up my leg. Because that's what happens when you got nothing there, right? It's invisible. It looks either you're faking it, or it's what people think, or something really, really going on. It's hard to tell. I don't recall being aboard any craft, nor do I. I do remember later starting to fear the process of being beamed up. There was a sound that happened prior to my room being lit up. Now, I've not had the room being lit up brightly. I don't see why it has to be lit up brightly. The alien greys got big black eyes for a reason. It's because they're sensitive to light. So if it's lit up with a bright white light. I think maybe that's how we perceive it in that case, and it might be like the symmetrical particle to photon, where we see it as light, but it's actually a bit like a separate. It's a negative of normal light. So maybe they have special goggles or stuff that makes everything lit up. They can see it fine, but we see it as a bright light that blinds us. I don't know, it's kind of strange, but a lot of abductions do talk about a bright light, but in my case that wasn't the case. The aliens, when they were operating on me, had some sort of self-illuminated one-piece suits, I think. They had like bioluminescence. It was giving off a really, you know how the sea glows blue with that special bioluminescence plankton. It was a bit like that. And I thought, wow, that's lovely. And I was looking at all the different colours and stuff. Then I looked up and saw his black eyes, and I thought, wow, they're amazingly dark black. Blackest thing I've ever seen. And then next minute I'm passed out and dreaming. So that's why I don't believe it was a dream inside a dream. It's like a lot of people claim to be like lucid dreaming, but having a lump on the back where they were mucking around sort of changed my mind that it actually happened, and especially my back pain that vanished, right? So yeah. So if there's people like me out there may have evidence, certainly the government's not telling the public about it, right? And no doubt I'll have the men in black come knocking on the door soon. So yeah, feel the process, lit up. Again, I really barely recall what was being done inside the craft, wherever this thing was. My only memory I can recall inside the craft was wondering how it worked, in which I sort of recall them giving me a breakdown of how simple it was, and leaving, and I'm learning towards certain types of magnetics operating like a where's the rest of it? Alright, it's quite a long one. Where did we get to? Types of magnetics operating like an engine, but again it's kind of a memory. Yeah, I'm not too sure what he's talking about there. It kind of makes sense that they might use electromagnetics to lift things inside the craft, a bit like one of those electric trains. That way you wouldn't need wheels, and you could magnetize the floor one pole and have like a person on a levitated bed on the other magnet side of it, and it just lifts them up. So that's a possibility. I don't think it's anything to do with anti-gravity, but in a sense, if you're pushing two magnets away, that is opposing gravity, right? I want to know where they're from, and I believe they told me it was a constellation we could consider their home. I have a memory of another boy who was younger than me crying his eyes out when he arrived on the craft. I can remember reassuring him that there was no pain in what they were doing, and they should be thought of as friends. This is quite scattered of a recollection It's kind of like recalling an event that at the time you don't think it was a big deal. I do remember the constellation name. But for some reason I don't want to reveal it. Oh, okay. Now, so I wanted to know if it was going to be that constellation that's 4.5 light years away, because that's probably the most likely location that aliens would travel from. But from my information I've got, it's a multiverse, and they come from universe number 1 into our one, which appears like a black sphere inside their one. And it's smaller, and it's rotating. But like us looking into space and seeing a black void, like a black hole, right? We know there's something there because there's a void. There's a lack of light there. So it's a bit of a shame he hasn't told us the constellation name there. Now at this time of the so-called abductions, I was suffering from extreme nosebleeds. Now, I didn't have nosebleeds, but sometimes I did blow my nose and have blood. So maybe there's something in that. I have been to many hospitals and nobody had any ideas why. They had thought it was, and maybe that's why I'm having lots of sinus problems now, not able to breathe through my nose. Maybe there's something going on. They had thought it was an iron deficiency and I had to eat liver. The doctor I remember seeing did a painful process of burning my nostrils closed. And this happened several times. Yeah, that's what, they can't stop the bleeding of the vein in the nose. That's what they do, they cauterize it. I don't know if these events are related or not. But the events, as I can remember, stopped as I think the so-called aliens believe they were the cause of the sickness. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if some of my illnesses are caused by them and they're trying to fix it. My last memory is having a pleasant conversation with the beings. It was somewhat comical. They asked if I had wanted anything, and I remember replying that I'm already good enough looking. Can you make me smarter? Well, I wish I'd fix my eyes, get rid of my diabetes, and make it so I could eat whatever I want and not put on weight. But yeah, that's a big list. That's the last I remember. Maybe they switch something on because I feel like researching certain technology a lot. Well, that's kind of interesting that he's interested in technology. It's funny that I am. I have always felt like I'm forgetting something very important. Yeah, I can understand that. That was taught to me. So I think maybe that's what they're doing. Somehow they're downloading stuff into our heads and hoping us to remember it and relay it to others. Maybe certain people have certain brain chemistry, and it takes them ages to abduct various people to find the ones that they need to be able to integrate and relay the information across. There was some ideas that some of the scientists, great science minds out there, were influenced by aliens through their dreams, like Tesla. You probably heard stories about that, Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but who knows? Maybe. But why would they let nuclear weapons be built? is an interesting question in that case. But who knows? I have the stereotypical scoop scats on my forum. So I remember like a lump on the back where it's got the three holes. Some people get these little missing chunks of skin in triangle pattern. It sounds like he's got it. That you see in other people's accounts. This is something nobody in this world knows about or that I ever talked about. Maybe it's for them to get DNA and duplicate a double ganger, where they kidnap you and stick a double ganger in your bed. So if your parents check up on you, they're not worried, right? I did tell my mum when I was younger about my friends, but I could tell she didn't believe me. So normally, one of the parents or both of the parents are being abducted as well, and they would have some sort of inkling. So that's kind of strange that she doesn't believe him. Then I got into detail about things that I remember at the time, and she seemed to be scared. So there you go. That then tells me it triggered some memory in her that she also had the same happen to her. She said something along the lines of the colour of their skin. Well, there you go. She's been abducted, and he's the mucked around with the baby. The creature here say what they look like, describing their skin like an elephant's. There you go. And texture and colour. So if you get any of these fake online videos of alien greys, if they haven't got grey elephant type skin on them, they're not the real deal. But these are one of the markers that shouldn't be out there on the web, because scammers will now know what to do to make alien greys look more realistic. She started to get scared, and I said I was joking. Yeah, but she probably knows that's not true. That was the last time I brought it up. Now, as an adult, a supervisor in a somewhat dangerous line of work, it isn't something you talk about. You know why. You all know why, as you probably think I was bonkers, but that is what I remember. Yeah, so this one is a very realistic account there then. Or he's done a lot of reading of other people's claims and made it up. And it's anonymous, right? So he hasn't come up with a name. When was it posted? Did we get a date? Uh, 8,000 views. Got upgraded 92 times. View 1. View updates. Views. If I click that, it'll probably screw up, will it? Yeah, probably. Do they have a date now? Date. No date. Because I remember Shelley was talking about elephant skin, and I just wondered if he was maybe listening in. If it was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? Well, that sucked. They don't have date numbers. What else is below? Oh well. I guess no one's going to come on voice. Did it open up another page? It looks like it opened up another tab, did it? Yeah, it's pretty sucky that there's no date on that. Anyway. So we've got one here talking about the date it happened. It's not the same guy, is it? Nice. On October the 21st, 2021, I was in bed and I could not fall asleep. The next moment, I was paralyzed in my usual fetus position and being taken away. I was freaked out the moment it happened, and I remember trying to move with no success. My muscles tensed up from trying to move with no success. I said out loud, "This can't be happening." See, I've tried to speak, and even though my mouth was opening and screaming, there was no sound coming out. So I don't know how they managed that. After the initial shock, I figured out that what was most likely going on. I was more excited than scared at this point because I got to confirm one of man's secrets. The force carried me straight through a wall like I was a ghost. As I continued, I got a view of the ones taking me away. It was 5 grey humanoids about 4 foot tall. Their suit had 2 rows of 3 red lights on their suit below their neck collar. Before I blacked out, 2 rows of 3 red lights. So they had necklaces with LED lights on. That's not as good as what I saw. But maybe they upgraded their technology since then. Before I blacked out, I told them, "Hi, I know that part sounds unreal." The next morning, my lower right kidney was sore for about 24 hours. Well, that's funny because my back pain was always above the right kidney. I really was not traumatized by it. I was ecstatic to see something like that. It was not hallucination. Wouldn't it be an astronomical coincidence to have a dream where you control your 5 senses? On top of that, I was 37 and never once had control in a dream. What are the odds of having one dream in your life where you have control of your thought, feeling, and there just so happens to be grays? I have actually had a dream with aliens before, but it was automatic and no doubts a dream. Yeah, I think you get to know the difference between a dream and something that's really happening. But in my dreams, I can take control. So if you haven't, I had dreams in the last couple of weeks where it's been very dark dreams, like someone trying to kill me. So I had something grabbed hold of my arms and legs and I couldn't move in the dream. And I said, you're not going to win, because you're never ever going to win, because I take control in the dreams, and I sum up all my energy I can, and suddenly I wake up, right? I wake up from this dream, and of course I can move around and stuff, and then I go to the toilet. And I think, well, that was a strange, horrible dream. I don't want to go back to dreaming about that thing again. But normally you just go back to sleep again, and whether you remember what happens after that, normally you don't. So, but yeah, those nightmare type dreams are a bit strange, indeed. And you can wake up all sweaty as well. So it's like you're really fighting in like in a separate world. Well, whether it's me being abducted and I'm fighting the aliens, that's a possibility. And then suddenly they decide to send me back and let me go, right, through that black beam that I showed you. You can't sort of rule it out, I suppose. I'll just minimize that. I see you chatting away there on the side. I'll just catch up over at the bottom here. More coffee. Let's see. Actually, it was at night. Okay. I reckon grey alien skin more like the inside of tree bark. More coffee. Okay. Did I miss something? Well, at least we got a couple of people talking. Actually, I'm just going to do a quick check on the other ones to make sure they're working. What's happening on X at the moment? I've got a blank screen there for some reason. Why is there a blank screen on X? Do I have to reload it? Something strange going on there. Okay, here we go. Still says we're live there. Okay, and we got 5 years. Someone out on X like to say hi on the side chat so we know it works. That would be great. Yeah, so what we got going on Pilled at the moment? Do hit a like on the videos. That always helps people decide whether they're going to come on and join the discussion, hopefully, or sit in the background and listen along. What do we got there at the moment? We got 3 likes. Thank you for liking. We've had only 22 come past, and 1 currently watching, so that's pretty bad. I don't think anyone's posted there on Pilled. A bit of a disappointing Pilled at times, I tell you. Rumble, normally pretty good there, but no one ever talks. We're down to 7 watching. I'll just add a zoom in, just check on that one. And we got now 1 person on Twitch. I'm not sure if anyone's talked there. I don't think they have. So I've missed the comment. Who is on Twitch, do say hi in the chat. And Odyssey. Very few people ever show up on that one, but they never know. Currently 0 watching. I don't know what the deal was with Odyssey. Some people say it's a nice platform, but I've never seen anyone on that's interested in UFOs on it. Anyway, back to it. YouTube seems again the most active, which is a bit of a shame really, because YouTube, as you can see, suppresses my channel and what I do. And unless you're subscribed, you won't know when I go live. What was that one? Hey, other viewers. Yeah, this global chat thing, I was hoping that it was going to create helper links where you could, or public links where the first 10 could grab it and they could actually read the other comments, like I can on the screen here. But yeah, maybe that will happen in future. He said it's all to do with bandwidth, of course. So yeah, not sure how many other things are here. I think we'll just keep on looking. Another anonymous one here. I'm answering this anonymously. I have had and have a career where this kind of thing would have a very negative impact, especially if you get HR type people reading your social media, see what kind of loony you are. I was abducted in 1980. We lived outside of the city in a fairly rural area. There had been recent reports in the newspaper of UFOs being sighted and power outages that people believe were related. Yet Arrow says there's no evidence, zero evidence of aliens and UFOs. So what's going on, people? Reading what these people are saying, that's not the case, right? As a crow that flies just a mile or two away down the tower, high voltage power lines that ran next to our house. One night I was having a wet dream. That means sexual dream. And I woke to find that it was no dream. See, that's what I'm complaining about. My aliens don't give me any sex. That's not right. Where's my hot blonde sex dolls? I really couldn't tell exactly where I was, but there was a device, like a metallic tube. That doesn't sound very fun. Around 3 or 4 inches across, connected to my penis, I mean. Oh no, we're going to be censored. And I kept ejaculating over and over. A milking machine. There was a screen about 3 foot from my face and off slightly to the left, and on it was like a movie playing of a woman I had been seeing in the dream. It was a brunette straddling me and sexing me up. It was utterly terrifying, like completely insane horror. Yeah, I can imagine. This face then got right in my face. It looked like a demon. Oh no, not a goat man. No, it's a reptile serpent, crocodile looking face. I knew immediately that it was trying to put me back into the dream. I fought mentally, but eventually went back black. I woke up the next morning with 8 little wounds on my penis. It was in a pattern one would expect if they were bitten. 4 on one side and 4 on the other side. I was very scared for days. I had very clear scars for about 30 years. Although faint, I can still see reminders of the scars, and even in my late 50s, my sex drive is still like it was 38 years ago. Not if you're diabetic. That sort of kills it all. Over the years, I have tried to reason this away and move on with my life as it applies to this issue. It's those scars that keep me from being able to live in the normal world like other people. I cannot explain what happened to me. The only explanation I have is that it was an alien abduction. What I have learned in 38 years since it happened is that abduction continues for life. Before my mother died, I told her what happened to me. She told me similar stories. There you go. Similar stories of what happened to her and to my grandparents. To be honest, I'm mostly ashamed and would never go public. I have had sightings in the 3 years since. They no longer freak me out. I accept them as the insanity that is in my life. I know how powerless I am. In fact, we are, if they wanted to kill me or otherwise harm me, they could. That's what I said. They're in total control, and if you get to see them, it's by accident, which I believe mine was, or they want you to see them, which is what the tall whites. The tall whites were happy to show themselves because they look human. But yeah, so he's got a crocodile type alien, a reptile, which doesn't sound anything related to alien greys whatsoever. Why would they be stealing sperm? But it happens in a bloodline, right? So it's not totally random who they're abducting or using. It has to run in family lines, and those people have a certain DNA or something they need to experiment with. But yeah, crocodile type alien. That's a new one, isn't it? Why would they want to experiment with sperm and stuff? Unless they produce, these people have a certain blood type, maybe, and it could be quite gory that they might be growing babies to eat. They may eat babies, maybe like a type of food that might be a delicacy. That's the only thing I could think. Why would they want our DNA when they got reptilian DNA, which is not even relating to us? What do you think on that one? You heard of cattle mutilations, no blood, although that turns out to be factually incorrect. It turns out they have got blood that just jellifies on the side onto the ground. It doesn't leak out onto the ground. Maybe because they use laser cutters, right, which stops the bleeding. But anyway, that's another topic. So yeah, what do you think of that one? Sex machine aliens. No other comments on that one. Yeah, okay, we'll keep on going. Right, talking about that, I have actually got some pictures of cases where people actually draw on the experience here. I'm not sure what YouTube would make of it. In the past, they sort of disabled monetizing because some of it was nude. You know, nude drawings. My channel's listed as adult, and yet they wrote about nude drawings. It's kind of stupid, isn't it? Because no kids should be able to access my thing without verification, right? But anyway, these were some of the drawings. I thought that's quite interesting. There's quite a few of them. It's almost like 100 pages. So here we've got a woman being dragged off in her pajamas, I guess, to a UFO, a triangle one by the looks of it. With lights around the edge, but like Phoenix lights. Pen sketch away. and alien experience art. And they're just like drawings with so this one's not a triangle shape this time. It looks like the same person, is it? Doesn't say. Just look like the same guild though. People in a car. Oh, that looks like a different guild. And now we've got a disc with lights going around the outside. And what looks like alien greys there with the big eyes. And insect-like legs. Another one with a disc with a hole in the middle. And they're taking a woman from the car. Which looks like it's got a whole load of kids and stuff. Looks like the driver's passed out here. So they seem to like the women more. And okay, we've got girls. And they see a UFO fly past. Okay. This one's a bit sketchy. Looks like we're going to a Nordic tall blonde and alien grey working together. Remember I was talking about that at the beginning. We're the caretakers of the universe, but why would they want to put straps on their hands and strip you down so you got no clothes on? And another one. That's a bit scary, isn't it? I felt like spinning on a turntable. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Why would they do that? Immersed. So they stick you in some breathable liquid. Well, looks like it. Why? To get you ready for hyperspeed travel? Maybe. One that's sticking a probe in the belly button there. Yikes. Ultra scan, alien. Alien that's looking inside a bedroom. Watch out, kids, you're going to be taken. And this one, these people are really strapped down, they can't move at all. Ah! There's that story from that guy. I wonder if it's that guy. But again, that doesn't look like his alien, you know, it doesn't look like a reptile like a crocodile. So it looks like maybe that story about the thing on the penis could be more common than we think. Doesn't look very much fun though. Where's the picture? I suppose it's like a dentist. It'd probably be up in the ceiling, so you're looking straight up. Don't give dentists ideas. You ever seen the horror movie called The Dentist? It's well worth getting out if you've not. His ex-wife, he catches cheating on her, and he does some terrible stuff to her in the dentist chair. But anyway, go and check it out. Put you off going to dentist. Who likes going to dentist anyway? Speaking of which, I just spent another $1,000 on my teeth at the dentist. what was it? Tuesday, I think it was. So, what do we got here? UFO above the house? No? Right. UFO talking to a girl over a fence. It's got a rabbit from a cage. Got one that looks like Jesus Christ with a hover globe. What's that she's got there? Looks like it's projecting some pictures, three-dimensional pictures. No. Aliens looking outside during the day this time, looking through a school window. But the thing is, they're able to put people into sleep. They could quite easily abduct people during the day, and no one else would know what happened. It would be like missing time, and they wake up and think, "Oh, what happened?" UFO. How many pages? We've only gone through 15. Maybe we'll leave some for later. What we've got here. A man in a floating sphere with two sticks that controls it. And it looks like a blonde, a Nordic blonde, doesn't it? Here we got inside a craft, is it? Strange looking chairs. Got a panel with 3 big screens, for looks of it. But again, these look like humanoids, not alien greys. And now we've got a room full of jars of babies. That's what I was saying, that maybe they grow fetuses but actually eat them. It might be more scary than we think, and that's probably why the government knows that's what's happening and they can't stop it. And if they revealed it in Arrow, the world would lose its mind. But is that some aliens or all aliens? Or is it evil aliens? Or is it a break-off group of aliens? Some aliens are trying to save us from the other aliens that want to do horrible things and eat us. Well, the other ones are trying to make us better people and involve our technology in the way it helps people rather than warmongering. Floating in clear fluid. Pickled babies, not pickled onions. Who wants a pickled baby and a slice of cheese on cracker? I shouldn't joke about it because it probably ends up being true. So this is where the alien stuff can dive into evil, demon, dark territory, right? But yeah, we're still only really guessing really what's going on. And of course, some of it could be our minds playing tricks, or it could be some sort of psyop where they can project images into our brains to think we're experiencing it. So we can't rule that out, of course. But what's it all for? And why do that? Makes no sense, does it? And we got Men in Black, is it? Men in Black. And we got the men in spacesuits. Or fire suits, as some say. These ones got a lot of words with it, not just a picture. There's quite a lot of words on that one. My face burned as this drawing illustrates. Burn. Okay. She's got a cigar UFO over the house. So, that doesn't mean it's alien craft? No, it could be some black ops that are using some nuclear engine on it that's gone wrong, and they got radiation burns. Well, of course, the government's covering that up because they don't want people to find out they're using nuclear engines above populated cities. And it also would have broken the rules of the nuclear weapons treaties, wouldn't it? Oh, where's the other picture? Here we go. So what are we looking on that one? Can't see anything abnormal on that one. That looks like the sun or the moon. But it looks like it's little pine trees. Okay, what's this one? A UFO with a door opening with a humanoid looking down at people. That's a more interesting one. Looks like someone's a wee bit artistic there. What's this one doing? Looks like a UFO landed in a farm field. Looks like a strange humanoid. Looks like they knock out the person because they're carrying it to the craft. So they obviously ain't got any levitation device there, right? No magic beam on that one. Another white flying saucer there. So we got more stories here we could read as well. And David Clark is the debunker on this one, is it? Britain's secret UFO hunters. So we might have to come back to those. Men in black or females in black? Or was it Nordics? I don't know. I probably have to read it all. 1679, it was school home time. Just walking down the road to the front of a block of flats where my daughter's school bus always stops. But there was something different about this bitterly cold slate grey day. There was no parents or children running about. In fact, there was nobody else apart from this total absence of people. So this again fits in with the multiverse again, where a portal will open up and you enter into the other world like a time slip for a short time, then pop back out. So it may be a time when there was no one around on the street, which would be really rare in itself, right? But maybe the people that are there got transported into your universe, and you got transported into theirs. And that's probably where the Mandela effect comes in, right? So who's this person she talking to, though? One person coming down the road, a strange looking man. Well, okay, it's a tall blonde man, I guess. Again, that could be the Universe 3 that I talked about, where the Nordics come from. I thought, how odd. Yeah. And they're still doing pictures. But not only that, they now got a spaceman or a fireman outside the window. Oh, what the hell is that? Meant to be a triangle craft? What's this? Well, they look like houses. Kind of looks like a stealth plane, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's got lights on the corner. And you've got 3 lights in a triangle. Yeah, I suppose it could be like a stealth plane. Strange looking one. Well, they're not very good drawing. But yeah, it does look like a flying wing, doesn't it? And there's the cockpit here. Yeah, I was lucky to come across this page. It's quite got a lot of good stories and drawings on it. So here's one of these triangle craft. Now I still believe the triangle craft are black ops using zero mass reduction technology and plasma ion energies to push it along. Is our technology, not aliens. And I think they use it to hunt down when they detect aliens are on the ground in our own planet, and they go and try and capture them. You might remember that story that I told you about MUFON investigator, what's her name? Oh, Chase, is it? Chase? Anyway, she was investigating a cornfield crop circle event from a famous musician in USA, country singer. And suddenly they see this big triangle craft flying towards them. And they find all the cameras stop working. So they start running back towards the car, and suddenly someone stops in front of her as she's running behind them. And there's a small alien grey in the field staring back at them. And of course they got no cameras. This is MUFON investigators, right? They had the smoking gun evidence back in 2010, I think it was. And they could have brought it forward. But yeah, I got a live show on that one. If you want to go and dig it up, you should be able to find it and listen to it. They said the alien grey looked terrified, so maybe it got dropped off or got left behind, and the black triangle was the black ops trying to find it so they could capture it. Maybe they detected a portable radio device that it was using or something, or cosmic radio. Aha, the alien greys. What's that one? Alien greys in a bedroom, but what's this one here? So it looks like they're going towards the bed here. So it looks like some sort of hooded figure. The alien greys. So could that be like a blonde, a tall blonde? That's sort of covered the head. Or is it sort of strange? I don't know. What's this one? It looks like a couple of people standing there. But also looks like it could be like the edge of a cabinet. So I don't know about this one. I wonder if it says in the information here. Then a black curled figure. So no, it's talking about a figure. So it looks like someone in a hoodie. But the other one looked like the end of a cabinet. Where is it? There. That kind of looks like the end of one of those cabinets where it rolls down a shutter. And that one's climbing onto the bed. And that's how I saw mine when I saw it jabbing a needle in my back. It's just laying across the bed, doing something to me. So we're down halfway. I can see it's going to take a lot of more time to go through everything I had here. But anyway, so it looks like they're abducting someone there. Oh, it's a big right up there. That'll do my eyes in reading all that. But the reason I did it on edge here, so I could use the readout thing, so we could probably get it to read out instead of me stumbling through it. More alien greys in the bedroom, by the looks of it. What's that one? Looks like a film set. Looks like Roswell crash, is it? Yeah, so I was doing a Roswell image. What's that one? That's kind of a weird one. It looks like you got some sort of fast running humanoid chasing a car. Haley Porter, Running Man incident. So that was like this one that drew a picture first of all up the top there as well. Here for only the second time ever, the Red Road, Lightwater, Surrey is infamous for having had a number of incidents happen along there throughout the years. This includes some truly baffling traffic accidents. Approaching midnight on an early summer evening in 1980, one such occurrence took place. Something so unusual and mysterious that I will never forget what I was told. My uncle Freddie Stringer was then Assistant Director of Defence Evaluation Research Agency, DERA, based in Farnborough, and both he and his wife, my aunt Renee were travelling up the red road in their Sunbeam Alpine sports car. After having attended a music appreciation event held in Woking Surrey, so this is in the UK obviously, suddenly there was what my aunt described to me as a zombie-type humanoid that rushed out of the bushes from the passenger side of the road. This being then dashed around to the driver's side of the car. My uncles, and even though they were now moving at 30 miles per hour, it ran alongside effortlessly. Now that's why you got to do 100. The zombie was wearing a tight, drab, all-in-one suit. That's what aliens tend to wear. If this was indeed a man, had long, light hair. That sounds like an Nordic blonde again, flowing backwards. His face was grey, extremely weird looking, almost ghostly, and had a melancholy expression on it. My uncle, being one of UK's best air pilots in the country at the time, kept his cool and calmly said to my aunt, "Is your car door locked?" She said nervously, replied, and they just travelled on. With Freddie's foot pressuring down the accelerator, they were now gaining more speed, up to 40 miles per hour. Yet, incredibly, the zombie being was still running alongside the car. The situation was starting to get dangerous for obvious reasons, but particularly as this road had some nasty bends, and back then it was far narrower than it is today. They have those little country lanes in UK, don't they? Without hint, the man or whatever it was dropped back slightly behind their car, then in less than 1 minute raced forward again. Now, I've heard these kind of stories of beings chasing cars, but that was in America, so this one's in UK. It's quite interesting. So we got another story related to other ones in another country. This time is to the near side and endeavour to open the locked door by grabbing at the exterior handle, repeatedly pressing down. I wonder what it'd do if it got in the car. Maybe it was after help. Also trying to get away from the aliens. Maybe it's someone that could run really fast. I don't know. What's the maximum speed a human can run? Not that fast, I don't think. And it's only a short time. Let's see. I think we may have looked it up before. What is the speed someone can sprint? Let's see what comes up. Jamaica. Yep. They're pretty skinny and fast. Sprint at 9.58 seconds, but what was the speed? Foot speed. The record is 44 kilometers per hour, 28 miles per hour. Measured between 60 and 80 or off the 100-meter sprint. Well, there you go. So humans are capable of getting up to almost 30 miles per hour. So that would match what was running inside of the car, but 40? That would have to be some special human then. Or it had some sort of special shoes, maybe. or suit that helped them, because I know footwear has improved since 2020 at least. They're using special materials now. They sort of it's like foam that has like air bubbles in it that sort of acts like springs. Anyway, so what happened? Without hint, the man or whatever it was dropped back slightly behind the car, then in less than a minute raced forward again, this time to the rear side and never ever to unlock the door. Okay, we read that bit. Despite such a frantic situation, my uncle maintained his composure and tried to tell her that it was safe within. They were now going nearly 50 miles per hour and in this nightmare state of affairs when super athlete abruptly gave up, scurried into the undergrowth and vanished. The phone was ringing at 9 a.m. that morning with my aunt at the other end still very upset. She needed to speak to someone who would understand what her and my uncle had just gone through. Okay, happily after a good chat, I managed to calm her down, blah blah blah. At the time, war on, neither my aunt or uncle would never mention this incident again and took their secret to the grave. Only now since their deaths do I feel at liberty to disclose the matter. As a side, according to... Oh, here we go. They added what we just looked at. 30 miles per hour. There you go. I should have kept on reading, shouldn't I? It would have saved me some time. But anyway, maybe go back to the other stories. But yeah, it's quite good having some pictures at least. So what do you make of that one with the sprinting man chasing cars? And could it be like someone that sort of is from another multiverse and it just broke into our timeline? And obviously there might be more super fit people that can run up to 40 miles per hour but not 50. And they sort of confused themselves and scared themselves that they're in a world that they don't understand. That's a possibility, I reckon. Again, my multiverse theory that I've got through dreams since alien visitation makes a lot more sense still, and could explain away a lot of these strange occurrences. But yeah, who we got here? Demon Rake Crawler, Wendigo Skinwalker running after car. Now I know on what story they recreated their YouTube video. What one are they talking about now? What did I miss? Yeah, let's get back to this. Are you liking this, Jasper? You're liking it, aren't you? So this is not the debunking videos where we look at video analysis, but this is more the other side of the coin type show that I'm doing, and offering open lines where people can come and add their own stories and the comments to what we're doing here. Don't say you weren't given the opportunity. Now we got nice pastel blue colours now instead of just all black. Should relax you. So let's go back to the original stories here. Without the pictures. Okay, so we just read that one, and then we got another anonymous one here. I have been abducted, but I only remember a few things. The first memory was a ball of light or flying into my bedroom. Now, I've caught these ball of lights on my infrared camera, and we weren't sure whether it was some sort of dust particle, but they seemed too bright to be. and they seem to come through the curtain or through the window, which is shut, and they don't seem to be very big. But it doesn't seem to illuminate the bed as it passes over, right? So yeah, we have caught orbs on the video as well, and I have put up some of those on live shows in the past. If you've not been following the channel long, you probably can find them and have a look yourself. Early hours in the morning, it was heading towards my face, and when I said go away, the orb turned around and headed back out the room, saying they didn't have a camera set up. That would have been a good capture. The clearest episode was several years ago. I went to bed and fell asleep. The next thing I know, I'm sitting in my living room looking at the large ship sitting above my house. And that's what I thought I had caught one night. Remember that one that was going up and down? And it was a disappointment, unfortunately. The front had a fork shape, like a Millennium Falcon. That's very interesting, because they said they had something similar like that at the Skinwalker Ranch before, as they took it over or something, wasn't it? But I know the Millennium Falcon drone does exist, and people do have them. They fly them around. So could it be like a drone that's shaped like the Millennium Falcon? So you can't rule out some sort of government disguising drones to look like some sort of hobbyist flying over your property, right? The ship was a light grey colour and just sat silently. So that sort of rules out a drone, doesn't it? Unless it's one of those iron lifted drones where it has a little small fan and you don't really hear it. I remember being absolutely amazed and tried to grab my iPhone to take a photo. The strange thing was that my hand went straight through my phone like a ghost, so I couldn't grab it. That sounds like quantum tunneling, doesn't it? That I was talking about last episode, where I believe that maybe that beam of light somehow creates a resonance in your atoms in the body and allows your atoms to pass through other atoms like they don't exist. While I was doing this, the ship suddenly and silently sped off at a very high rate of speed into the early morning daylight. As I said, they don't always happen at night time. What was also strange was I could see the particles of matter that made up the walls and ceiling on the house, but I could also see through them to the outside. It was at this moment I had a revelation that they were extra-dimensional beings. No, that is multiverse beings that were abducted humans on a higher dimensional level. Now that sounds too much like bullshit that she's been reading from some of the grifters out there. They were not taking our physical body, but they were taking our energy body. I think it's the case that maybe, from what I've heard from Earl Grey's story, the UFO can actually mould in with the house, and they can just walk straight from the UFO into the bedroom. And anything in the bedroom, they also can pass through the wall into the craft, and then you sort of go solid again. But yeah, I don't like this term multi-dimensional, as you know. Multi-universal beings is more correct. I believe that I woke up before I fully returned to my physical body. The strange thing was that I felt like they wanted me to experience this so as to help me understand the universe and who we are. The only other time that people that might be is that they've died and their spirit is like this energy thing, and they think they're still alive, and they try and grab hold of things and their hand passes through. So maybe that's what she's talking about here, that it's like her energy body, so there must be a physical body as well. And she's saying she woke up before returning to the physical body. So she's talking about an out-of-body experience, right? Anyway, moving on to the next one. Ooh. How are we doing for time anyway? What's it say there? Coming up to 3 hours already. Mind you, I've done a lot of talking, haven't I? Hey, what's happened up there? Oh, we got someone up there. I haven't turned that off, have I? Maybe there's a time limit. If it's not used, it turns off the video feed, maybe. Or maybe Jitsi does. Okay. Let's just close it down. I don't think anyone's going to show up, though, are you? You all cowards. Come on, Jasper, get on the voice. Let's have a listen to what you sound like. Come on. Okay, let's see if it comes up properly again. So maybe after 3 hours of receiving no other signals, it turns it off, maybe. It's back again, you see. I'll leave it up there anyway. But I might close it down and get some more CPU. Did I miss something? No. So no one else has commented. It's all from YouTube, is it? I would have thought I would have got a pilled person comment by now. And the rest are mine, aren't they? Yep. Just me and Jasper. And one life man. I think he's disappeared again. But anyway, let's have a look. I originally answered what is it like to be abducted. As I write this, there are two other answers. I believe I can tell from their wording and my own armchair knowledge that both folks are being quite sincere. I assume you stranger tells. Not sure what that means there. Then these can be told sincerely. After all, what did you think reality was? Something we can fully understand? That was always just a whistling past the graveyard. On the night hike back down at the top of Rainbow Falls, we saw across the creek. Well, Americans say crick, don't they? Middle Creek, and a glowworm glowing by a cliff. We crossed the creek straight to it and checked it out. After a few seconds later, Scott saw the UFO, and then I saw what it was as well. He freaked, and I tried to calm him down, but the UFO moved towards us. We both screamed with a chimpanzee sound. We were so freaked it got to be about 30 feet away and was glowing white like a tube light. We were stuck in the place screaming wildly. Then a front porch swinging appeared on a flat rock and a down-angled spotlight across Middle Creek. It was like morphine. We completely calmed down and we were saying, "Oh, it's just a front porch swing. It's just a swing." I went from the most freaked out I've ever been to completely calm in a second. I remember stepping into the creek and helping Scott down so we could sit on the swing. My memory splits at that point. The next thing I know, we were making a dangerous night club down the cliffs around falls, knowing nothing of any UFO. About 6 months later, I started having flashbacks to what happened. Now, what's that sound I'm hearing? I'm hearing a strange sound in my right ear. We haven't got anyone on, have we? I don't think we have. Normally I hear a whoop sound. It doesn't look like it. Goes into infinity mode. Okay. 2 years later, I told my friend and he said he knew someone with the same story. He introduced me to Joe. Joe said he was at Middle Creek. He was on Middle Creek at the night with a friend and they saw a glow worm off the trail, and then they went to it and they saw a strobe burst and they got back to their car. It was hours later than it should have been. He started having flashbacks. What's going on? But the man's memories took him into the craft and included sperm extraction. If I hadn't met Joe and heard the same story, sang Creek, saying, "Yeah, you never would have read this." Thanks, I always feel a little better when I tell this. Oh, how many more we got? We've only gone halfway. Maybe I should save some for next weekend. I was going to talk about other things I found. Bledsoe was one of them. What is the reason some people experience paranormal activities and others don't? Well, some think they're chosen, and so there's quite a few answers on that one. I might have to carry on doing this next weekend. What's the time? Coming up to 3 p.m. I'm probably going to have to let some of you get going, but like I said, next time it's going to be messy with the time zones. Probably be even worse. So we got some other stories here too. Alien abduction of Linda Napolitano, victim of alien implant. Multiple witnesses. So yeah, I was trying to find cases where people saw people being abducted. Victims have been abducted by small grey aliens. They were later subject to experiments or mating process. How come I've not been ejected into the mating process? So that's another Bob Hopkins one. There are some... Isn't Linda... There was another person that he was studying called Linda, I'm pretty sure, that he had an affair with, and his wife found out. Anyway, might come back to that one. What do we got here? Family Alien Abduction Story, Australia. 2011. Could be well worth having a read of that one. Maybe I'll get the reader to read it out. And I'll go to the toilet. But then I'll miss some of the story. But yeah, I might start reading that one out, and then maybe we can have a quick look at the Bledsoe stuff. We'll leave it for next time. That's Bledsoe. So apparently Bledsoe reckons NASA investigated his claims, but I'm a wee bit dubious of that, so I want to go over it. What was that one? Okay, still talking about Bledsoe. So those are three. Bledsoe, and this is an alien one. So let's see if it reads out.
Home base. Submit pics. Submit videos. Submit stories.
No.
Make Family
down
Alien Abduction Story, Australia. Date submitted, January 9th, 2011. Visitor, Ron Arnold. Hi, my name is Ron Arnold. I am a retired lecturer once employed by the government, now attending to the finer things in life, including relaxation and taking things easy in general. My story commences from the time I was 7 years old in 1958 at our family property situated at, deleted to protect people involved. It all started when during the very early hours of a midsummer's morning, and whilst my father, mother and brother and myself were asleep on our front veranda. I remember being awakened and propping myself up to see what looked like a star that seemed to descend to a landing in our front yard. We had a very long front yard from the house itself to the main road, approximately 300 yards, and the width of the block size was about 50 plus yards. As I watched this star-like craft land, it became a disc-shaped object. It may be worthwhile to point out that before this encounter I had no understanding of alien life or UFO craft, no knowledge of anything remotely to do with this subject. I had never heard people talking about the subject, nor did I ever have any comics or written material that would have given me any preconceived thoughts regarding this phenomenon. As I watched this craft land some 70 to 100 meters away from myself and my family, I began to stand up. I remember turning and looking down at my father, mother, brother still all asleep, and then looking back towards the craft. It was at this time I was greeted by two beings about the same size of myself. At that time they were warm and friendly, and I was finding myself being led away with them towards their craft. I still don't recall what happened forward of this point, only that I found myself back with my family standing looking up at the stars. I remember thinking, gosh, I feel so tired, and went back to sleep. From that time I've always been fascinated with the stars and always looking for one that, unlike the others, moved rapidly with zigzagging flight pattern to match what I had witnessed early that morning of what was to become of a very important later in life. From 7 years of age, the thoughts were confusing to me of this event, and so I decided not to discuss this with my family, because I did not want to feel foolish, as my experience, even though very unusual, was perhaps a little crazy to say the least. The thoughts of that morning kept coming back to me, haunting me. I became restless, tormented by the event and my unwillingness to talk about it. This affected my sleep and consequently my concentration at school, as I would be found daydreaming in class. This had reached an all-time high when my school teacher contacted my mother and informed her of my daydreaming episodes in class. My mother, having enough of this, took me to a local doctor to see if I could maybe given sleeping pills to assist my sleeping. The doctor agreed, however. He said, I believe that there is an underlying factor that is causing your son to react this way and that this should be investigated. By this time around 12 months had passed when I was taken to a child psychologist at Princess Margaret Hospital in Perth. I remember this doctor asking every which way he could to find out what was causing this problem, along with a few tests that he applied, as my mother thought I was not right mentally speaking. After about an hour the doctor asked for my mother to re-enter his room along with myself. Being present, he informed my mother that I was perfectly normal, as normal could be. So after we had returned home, I tried to apply myself to my studies and be a better son for my mother and father, whilst at the same time being on sleeping pills and keeping my alien experience to myself. I had all but stopped taking the sleeping pills after 12 months, and that's when weird things started to unfold during my sleep state. I started having reoccurring dreams. These were not normal dreams, these were like premonitions of coming events, as each time I would start to have one of these reoccurring dreams it would progressively get more disturbing until I reached the end of what now seemed to be a warning. Even to this day I still feel the pins and needles effect even by writing about this, for at the age of 13 years I was shown the horrific death of one of my cousins, and how it was going to happen, even so much as the chapel to where his remains would be laid out for everyone to say goodbye. I felt I was in this coming event as a witness. I could see everything. I knew the color of his casket that I had noted as being covered with a see-through cloth to assist in hiding some of his facial injuries. I had even walked down the aisle of the chapel. I knew the location of the undertakers, everything. I was so headstrong about this information. I wanted to inform my cousin and his father, my uncle, of the coming event, and I remember saying to my mother many times, I have to tell them, and each time I was told no. You won't say a word, as they will think you are mad and you will cause embarrassment for your father and me, being my mother. So each time we would visit I respected my mother's wishes and said nothing. I felt so awful knowing what was going to happen, and yet I said nothing. This was so much of a torment for me that I found myself back on the sleeping pills again to stop this reoccurring dream, and after about 6 months it all stopped, so I stopped taking the pills to assist in my sleep. Then, like a script in a movie, at the age of 16, some 3 and a bit years later, I received word that my cousin had been killed in a road accident. All details had matched what I had repeatedly told my mother years earlier. I felt sickened that I was not permitted to inform my cousin nor my uncle of the pending doom, and as I approached the doorstep of the undertakers with my mother alongside me, as, in my dreams, I reminded her and said, I told you repeatedly and you refused to let me tell them. She replied, I know you did. I now carry that guilt with me for the rest of my life.
Is it still working?
As for the alien encounters, this started again with a large orange ball that my mother and I both witnessed on the way to my work one morning. It was so fascinating. I had all my workmates come out of the building to where I worked, and they also witnessed it, shaking their heads with confusion to what it was. Everything seemed to end at this stage until I was in my mid-30s when the aliens returned. They arrived to collect me one hot summer's morning at approximately 2 a.m. I know this because I had awoken and noticed the red lead digits on my bedside clock. I was absorbed from my bed up into a craft and placed at a venue that I had never been before. The next thing I noticed was that I was not the only person gathered. As I walked through a crowd of about 25 to 30 people, I stood alongside a person in a white coat. I felt this person was of the medical profession. As I looked at him, I said, "Where am I? What am I doing here?" He answered, "You are lucky to have been chosen," and then his eyes went back to the direction that everyone else was looking toward. I started assessing where I was geographically speaking. As I could see a beacon glowing in the distance, it suddenly dawned on me that we were all not far away from Perth Airport, in fact north of Perth Airport, and later discovering the location was about 45 kilometers from my home in Two Rocks. With the others around me, we watched a small light become larger as it came toward us. As it hovered above us, a brilliant flash was encountered, and I was inside the building that we were all outside of a split second earlier. Whilst inside, I began mentally noting everything, the makings on the floor, the construction in general, and things that I could identify with, and needless to say, noting the activity unfolding all around me as there were people walking and talking and being greeted by these much shorter beings. I was watching this unfold when I too was greeted by two short alien-like creatures. One of them handed me a gift of remembrance. It was a gift that was left under a Christmas tree when I was 7 years of age. My mother had no idea who left it there, as there was no card apart Ronnie. At the time we were all confused to who had left this for me. All of a sudden, as my arms were reached out to accept this from the alien, a video played in my mind. I was shown the first meeting that I had locked away all this time, how they came down in the front yard, how I turned to see my father, my mother, and my brother asleep, and how they greeted me. I was overwhelmed as my eyes dropped and looked around. I noted there was another alien absorbing all my thoughts. It felt wrong that this creature was capturing everything I was feeling and thinking. I dropped the cricket bat and set and ran towards the double doors, yelling, "This is not what it seems." I just had a bad feeling about all of this as I pulled up the handles to release the double exit doors of the building. I was enveloped with a bright white flash, and then I remember a whooshing sound as I landed back on my bed. When I awoke, I couldn't move even though I was aware of what had just happened. It took almost 15 minutes before I could get up off my bed. I dare not say a word to my wife as she would think I was crazy. Thing was, I remember waking on my bed again, only this time my anger was quite notable. Once again, could not get out off my bed straight away as it took nearly 15 minutes before I could move. Thing was, I remember waking on my bed again, only this time my anger was quite notable. Once again, could not get out off my bed straight away as it took nearly 15 minutes before I could move. When I was able to get up, I went to my son's room and noticed a very unusual setting. My son was tucked up so neatly as ready for a photograph. The bed was just so neatly made up. I immediately called my wife and said, "Did you tuck our son into bed like this?" She responded, "No, I didn't do this." We both left his room. As we walked into our kitchen, my wife said, "What's wrong?" I paced the floor of the kitchen, not knowing what to do next as this had gone too far. I was silent for a while, and then I decided to break my silence as I could not contain this any longer. I explained to my wife, "Please sit down. What I am about to tell you is true. Please don't think I am mad, or that I have some other reason for telling you this other than releasing the truth of what is happening here." As I explained, she was completely blown away with the information I was giving her. I suggested that we don't inform our son of this, who at this time was almost 10 years old, as I did not want to create a problem for him to have to deal with. Both my wife and I once again approached his room too when she made comment that he looked rather pale. I too had noticed this, and I agreed that we should attend the local doctor that morning to have our son checked out. It was while we were at the doctor's and during a physical examination that the doctor had noticed markings behind my son's knee. He said to my son, "Have you been prodding yourself with a needle or something sharp?" My son replied no, and that he had no idea how the markings got there. It was triangular in shape and consisted of many needle imprints within this shape. This was to be the first encounter for my eldest son. It was only short space of time after my son's abduction to when he was enjoying a family Sunday roast that he began choking on something that was lodged in his throat as he made his way to the bathroom coughing. I was very close behind him and noted hearing a pinging sound as this object and passed from him to the sink. I grabbed it, and to my amazement it was like nothing I had ever seen before. It was at this time that I decided to make some phone calls to see who I could talk to regarding these things that were starting to upset our family. I had found a person dealing with this phenomenon as he had dedicated his life investigating alien abduction cases. He said to me that he could see that this was an issue of quite some concern and that if I was prepared to oblige with his requests that he would most certainly investigate my case. This man is well respected in academic circles and is known as Professor John Fraudulum Murdoch University. So it was I attended various places to be evaluated to make sure I was not on medication or mentally unstable in any way, and further to this I had the object photographed using a very powerful microscope at Curtin University, and the results were also surprising. Whilst there was blood shown on the object, there was a metal breakdown conducted that had given a result of a metal not commonly found in the world. In fact, there was only one location this metal was known to be in Switzerland and was used for computer technology. This was even more interesting, as at that time in 1992 we did not own a computer and my son had no access to one. I was determined to find out more about this object, that I turned to the meat industry for answers, as the chance that it may have come from the leg of lamb roast was suggested. The item was carefully examined by 4 different persons within the meat industry, and each had said that they had never seen anything like it before. So now we have the original photographs as produced by Curtin University, and no one has been able to identify the origin of the object that my son had coughed out. My son's encounters would continue up to 2008. In the meantime, after explaining what these beings look like along with their craft, my wife said, I have never seen anything like what you're describing, so I can't begin to understand. She didn't have to wait very long, as it was only a few days when two of the disc-shaped craft were flying above our backyard. I had everyone come outside to witness both the craft flying around each other. They were approximately 300 meters above the ground. This lasted for about 6 minutes, and also, as we were to later discover, witnessed by others in the area. This happened in summer of 1992, and was to continue again 1994, to when a younger son was taken from the arms of my wife, who explained that I was in a trance-like state as our younger son was taken. At first she could not move, but when she was able to move she got up and ventured out on the balcony of our home and noted two disc objects floating above the ground across the road from our house, of which is all beachfront land. Since then the aliens had returned to show me my clone, of which had completely shocked me, and it was my reaction that they were studying for whatever the reason behind it. Needless to say, after seeing this, feeling this many times, we sold our house and have since moved from that property, and yet we continue to have more encounters concerning another son that was a newborn when the last encounter had happened in 1994 with his slightly older brother. Altogether, 3 sons have been targeted in my family, and the girls have not had the same experiences, even though one of my daughters had also witnessed the discs when they were hovering about 2 meters from the ground. Even though others tend to think you're unbalanced or just plain mad for talking about such
is just too much.
family alien abduction story, Australia.
Oh, I didn't carry on from where we started. Man, that was a long one though. We're down to there somewhere.
I dare not say a word to my wife, as she would think I was crazy. Thing was, I remember waking on my bed again, only this time my anger was quite notable once again. Could not get out off my bed straight away, as it took nearly 15 minutes before I could move. Thing was, I remember waking on my bed again, only this time my anger was quite notable once again. Could not get out off my bed straight away, as it took nearly 15 minutes before I could move. When I was able to get up, I went to my son's room and noticed a very unusual setting. My son was tucked up so neatly as ready for a photograph. The bed was just so neatly made up. I immediately called my wife and said, "Did you tuck our son into bed like this?" She responded, "No, I didn't do this." We both left his room. As we walked into our kitchen, my wife said, "What's wrong?" I paced the floor of the kitchen, not knowing what to do next, as this had gone too far. I was silent for a while, and then I decided to break my silence, as I could not contain this any longer. I explained to my wife, "Please sit down. What I am about to tell you is true. Please don't think I am mad, or that I have some other reason for telling you this other than releasing the truth of what is happening here." As I explained, she was completely blown away with the information I was giving her. I suggested that we don't inform our son of this, who at this time was almost 10 years old, as I did not want to create a problem for him to have to deal with. Both my wife and I once again approached his room too, when she made comment that he looked rather pale. I too had noticed this, and I agreed that we should attend the local doctor that morning to have our son checked out. It was while we were at the doctor's and during a physical examination that the doctor had noticed markings behind my son's knee. He said to my son, "Have you been prodding yourself with a needle or something sharp?" My son replied no, and that he had no idea how the markings got there. It was triangular in shape and consisted of many needle imprints within this shape. This was to be the first encounter for my eldest son. It was only short space of time after my son's abduction to when he was enjoying a family Sunday roast that he began choking on something that was lodged in his throat as he made his way to the bathroom coughing. I was very close behind him and noted hearing a pinging sound as this object and passed from him to the sink. I grabbed it, and to my amazement it was like nothing I had ever seen before. It was at this time that I decided to make some phone calls to see who I could talk to regarding these things that were starting to upset our family. I had found a person dealing with this phenomenon, as he had dedicated his life investigating alien abduction cases. He said to me that he could see that this was an issue of quite some concern, and that if I was prepared to oblige with his requests, that he would most certainly investigate my case. This man is well respected in academic circles and is known as Professor John Fraudulum, Murdoch University. So it was I attended various places to be evaluated to make sure I was not on medication or mentally unstable in any way, and further to this I had the object photographed using a very powerful microscope at Curtin University, and the results were also surprising. Whilst there was blood shown on the object, there was a metal breakdown conducted that had given a result of a metal not commonly found in the world. In fact, there was only one location this metal was known to be in Switzerland, and was used for computer technology. This was even more interesting, as at that time in 1992 we did not own a computer and my son had no access to one. I was determined to find out more about this object, that I turned to the meat industry for answers, as the chance that it may have come from the leg of lamb roast was suggested. The item was carefully examined by 4 different persons within the meat industry, and each had said that they had never seen anything like it before. So now we have the original photographs as produced by Curtin University, and no one has been able to identify the origin of the object that my son had coughed out.
So
My son's encounters would continue up to 2008. In the meantime, after explaining what these beings look like along with their craft, my wife said, "I have never seen anything like what you're describing, so I can't begin to understand." She didn't have to wait very long, as it was only a few days when 2 of the disc-shaped craft were flying above our backyard. I had everyone come outside to witness both the craft flying around each other. They were approximately 300 meters above the ground. This lasted for about 6 minutes, and also, as we were to later discover, witnessed by others in the area. This happened in summer of 1992, and was to continue again 1994 to when a younger son was taken from the arms of my wife, who explained that I was in a trance-like state as our younger son was taken. At first she could not move, but when she was able to move she got up and ventured out on the balcony of our home and noted 2 disc objects floating above the ground across the road from our house, of which is all beachfront land. Since then the aliens had returned to show me my clone, of which had completely shocked me, and it was my reaction that they were studying for whatever the reason behind it. Needless to say, after seeing this, feeling this many times, we sold our house and have since moved from that property, and yet we continue to have more encounters concerning another son that was a newborn when the last encounter had happened in 1994 with his slightly older brother. Altogether, 3 sons have been targeted in my family, and the girls have not had the same experiences, even though one of my daughters had also witnessed the discs when they were hovering about 2 meters from the ground. Even though others tend to think you're unbalanced or just plain mad for talking about such things, I have come to the conclusion that this is their choice, as my case has been fully investigated and no one has been able to inform us of anything different to what our truthful experiences have and are giving us. Needless to say, after seeing this, feeling this many times, we sold our house and have since moved from that property, and yet we continue to have more encounters concerning another son that was a newborn when the last encounter had happened in 1994 with his slightly older brother. Altogether, 3 sons have been targeted in my family, and the girls have not had the same experiences, even though one of my daughters had also witnessed the discs when they
There it is.
Sons have been targeted in my family, and the girls have not had the same experiences, even though one of my daughters had also witnessed the discs when they were hovering about 2 meters from the ground. Even though others tend to think you're unbalanced or just plain mad for talking about such things, I have come to the conclusion that this is their choice, as my case has been fully investigated and no one has been able to inform us of anything different to what our truthful experiences have and are giving us. Even though our case had been recreated and was viewed across Australian television, only part of the story is shown, as with these few pages I have felt necessary to type, because if people with true experiences can keep coming forward regardless of the ridicule and name-calling others seem compelled to do, others in the same position will also be as candid and come forth, so as we can develop an understanding rather than fobbing it all off as fairy tales. You will never begin to understand the truth unless you can evaluate the situation, and to evaluate you need the facts and the evidence in support of which I have both. Does this make me insane? Or does this place me apart from those who seek wealth publicity unlike myself, as I have no hidden agenda but to share in the truth? R. Arnold. Western Australia. Copyright Privacy Policy http://
Alright, so talked about a lot of things there, didn't it? But have we got no photographs, no videos? How about the picture of the objects? Of course, I stepped away to go to the toilet, so I missed some of it. I can't see any click links, so I don't know what that is. Ron Arnold. Was there any other links down the side? Decoding. Okay, let's see what we can find out on this guy. Oh, now I've got sneezes. Ron Arnold. Folklore. Alien Contact. Devil's Den. Okay. Australia. I'm looking for some pictures for that story. Is that the guy? So yeah, incredible story like that. You know, you think the Australian would have that documented, right? Or maybe even send it to Arrow to investigate. Yeah, I don't know. There was no images there. So look at that one. It's got a sort of firewall there. You can see there's quite a lot of information out there on all these different abductions, right? So that one sounded pretty crazy though. Anyway, looks like we ain't gonna get no pictures of it. So what was the thing, the aliens? Because I didn't actually hear that, but was it like a knife? What part did I know? I've never heard people talking about the subject. Where does it first mention it? Child psychiatrist. This is where you need sort of chapters where it breaks up the story, items, instead of one big story. Oh well, something about a gift here. Let's see. Being greeted by these much short aiming like creatures. One of them handed me a gift of remembrance. It was a gift. So why haven't we got a picture of it? was a gift that was left under a Christmas tree when I was 7. Okay, Mother had no idea who left it. So it doesn't have to be aliens then, does it? There was no card apart from Ronnie at the time. Confused who had it. All of a sudden, as my arms were reached out to accept this from the alien, a video played in my mind. I was shown the first meeting that I had locked away all the time, how they came down in the front yards. Yeah, but what's the gift? What's the gift? Where is it talking about? I was capturing everything I was feeling. I dropped the cricket bat. It wasn't a cricket bat, was it? It's not about playing cricket in the front yard, was it? Creature was capturing everything I was feeling. And set and ran towards it. Okay, the double doors yelling. But what was the gift? What was the gift? I want to know what the gift was. A whooshing sound. So that's where we talked about that. So the gift looked like a knife with blood on it. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, kind of crazy. Why would you give a kid that? That's going to be one of the crazy Australian stories we've ever heard. Hey, we got Chris Bledsoe here. Maybe we can start this off. No, is that Chris Bledsoe? Oh no, this is another story. I'll leave that one then. NASA's most studied thing. So let's have a listen to this. What's that say? It's coupons.
NASA's most studied alien abduction victim, Chris Bledsoe. Carl Alinsalot. Follow.
Now, abduction victim or a fraudster? Because apparently he builds and makes model airplanes, right? Which could be easily used to create dots in the sky that he films all the time. But I'll be covering one of his recent Easter sightings in the next live show on 183 when I cue it tomorrow, and we'll go over it then. But Chris Bledsoe never was believed by MUFON, who investigated his very first case, and he didn't pass the lie detector test. So why would NASA believe in Chris Bledsoe is the question. And can we find any information why they believe it is legit, or are we just hearing word of mouth from him? Apparently he's got a photograph of the people that visited him, but it doesn't mean they found him to be legit. So I don't know. I was trying to find out more information about NASA and Bledsoe, but anyway, we'll carry on reading this to see where it leads to.
4-minute read. December
4 minutes.
19th, 2023. 187. 1. The END becomes the beginning. Chris Bledsoe's incredible journey started in 2007. A time of immense personal struggle and despair. After losing everything due to the aftermath of 9/11, Chris found himself at a crossroads, both physically and spiritually. It was on a fateful day, January 8th, that his life would change forever. While fishing with his son and friends, Chris witnessed 3 massive orbs of light hovering in front of him.
which looked
These
like
orbs
3
emitted a fiery glow,
flares.
captivating and intriguing Chris to the core. What seemed like a frightening encounter soon turned into a transformative experience. One of the orbs approached Chris, taking him on a 4-hour journey that defied all logic and comprehension. Upon his return, Chris discovered that several hours had passed, unbeknownst to him and his companions. This encounter marked the beginning of an ongoing relationship between Chris and the unknown. From skepticism to validation. Chris's experiences were not without skepticism and criticism. As he shared his encounters with the community, he faced ridicule and disbelief. But amidst the doubt, Chris found validation from unexpected sources. NASA took an interest in his case, acknowledging the unexplained nature of the phenomena he witnessed. They urged Chris to keep his experiences confidential and not engage with the UFO community, as they believed it could cloud his perception and dilute the authenticity of his encounters. Chris is now widely accepted as the most studied UFO abductee ever studied by NASA. Chris's journey eventually led him to connect with various government officials and academic experts who sought to understand the unexplainable. Working with renowned figures such as Colonel Alexander, Chris's experiences gained credibility and attention. These encounters challenged not only Chris's perception but also those of the scientific and academic communities. A personal connection, mind and phenomena. As Chris continued to explore and document his encounters, he discovered a profound link between his state of mind and the phenomena itself. It became evident that the phenomena responded to collective energy and focused intent. When like-minded individuals gathered with an open mind and sincere curiosity, the phenomena would manifest and engage with them on a deeper level. Chris's experiences also demonstrated the fluidity of the phenomena's appearance and behavior. Sometimes manifesting as balls of light or orbs, other times as metallic craft, the phenomena defied any singular definition. It seemed to have the ability to mimic and adapt to its surroundings, blurring the lines between physical and non-physical manifestations. Chris often feels an internal urge to go outside. A thought comes to mind that something is going to happen at a particular time. Then when he follows through, he often witnesses these phenomena manifest into an encounter.
Every time I hear that one where people get the urge to go outside, I find the people less credible. Can't say my experiences was urging me to go outside and look. Only when I saw something strange on camera, then I'd go outside and see if it was a bug or something, but no urges to go outside. But yeah, I'm always skeptical of people that say they get a sense that they're being watched and they have to go outside or whatever.
Into an encounter or visionary experience. These experiences have been captured on camera and witnessed by others, leading to the eventual appearance on the television series Beyond Skinwalker Ranch and others. A journey to Utah,
which was really staged from what I saw on that episode, and his son wasn't anywhere near him, and I believe maybe they were flying their RC drones around that night. Yeah, so it wasn't properly investigated, that TV show, and no wonder, because it's related to Travis Taylor from Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah, so Skinwalker Ranch backing up Bledsoe, I find it is irresponsible, because they didn't do a really good job of investigating it. Really bad, in fact. I've talked about it before. They should have had like people go out in the woods where the lights were seen, or even had their own RC drones to fly out over the woods towards where the lights were, to see if they could capture anyone pranking or faking.
Utah, connection and discovery. Throughout Chris's experiences, he often encounters a female entity, and the state of Utah emerged as a special place for Chris and his experiences. The state's breathtaking landscapes and ancient landmarks, such as Butler Wash Canyon and Zion National Park, seem to hold a mysterious connection to the phenomena. Chris's encounters in Utah were particularly significant, including a remarkable experience involving a lady and a telepathic message that led him to believe he is meant to someday collaborate with Carl Andreasen, Carl Crusher, and explore the real-world possibilities of an interaction filmed on camera. The future holds exciting possibilities for Chris and Carl. They plan to collaborate further, conducting joint investigations and documenting their findings. With the support of the History Channel and a growing audience, they hope to shed light on the unexplained and challenge conventional understanding.
Should it be repeating?
Conclusion. Chris Bledsoe's journey into the unknown is a testament to the complexities and mysteries of our world. His encounters with otherworldly phenomena have challenged his perception and led him on a path of self-discovery and shared exploration. Through his collaboration with individuals like Carl, Chris continues to push boundaries and seek answers to the inexplicable. The future holds endless possibilities for further connection, understanding, and the unraveling of the enigmatic truths that lie beyond Skinwalker Ranch. You can watch another viral interview with Chris Bledsoe on the Danny Jones Concrete podcast here. NASA. UFO.
Does it stop?
Aliens. 187. 1. Written by Carla Linsalot. 49 followers. Exploring the mysteries of the unexplained. Following ancient clues to uncover hidden mysteries of ancient aliens, UFOs, Bigfoot sightings, lost civilizations. Follow. More from Carla Linsalot. Carl Linsalot. Land of the Giants, John Casey has seen the bones himself. The following is a transcript taken from the Carl Vibe podcast show and contains many fascinating details worth detailing. 94 minutes. Read Mar 15, 2022. 2. Carl Linsalot. The Mystery of Mount Wilson Ranch, uncovering ancient artifacts and mysterious energy.
I think I would have heard that. Deep. Anyway. Yeah, so that's going to the end there. Yeah, so not very good write-up in my opinion, because it's just like propaganda, the story. He hasn't gone to NASA and asked there for their comment on Bledsoe's claims that he verified them, and that's what they said. And how did they verify it? How did they prove that he wasn't a trickster? Like him and his son weren't fooling them with drones or balloons or LEDs or whatever, LED balloons, right? So this one also talks about him, I think. We might have to wrap it up on this one and keep those ones for next weekend. And see if I can find any more on this NASA claims with Bledsoe, because I don't know. Let's see if those are these different write-ups or not.
NASA, CIA investigate man from North Carolina who claims to encounter extraterrestrials with red eyes, receive regular visits from glowing orbs. Caleb White, July 24, 2023, 10:28 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
So it's pretty regular.
Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, comment, mail. Photo, Pexels/Slava MKRVSKY, NASA, CIA investigate man from North Carolina who claims to encounter extraterrestrials with red eyes, receive regular visits from glowing orbs. A man from North Carolina claimed to have had several encounters with extraterrestrials. According to him, he received several visits from what appears to be UFO, unidentified flying objects, which is known today as UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. UAP in California. Christopher Bledsoe, a former construction magnate, revealed to DailyMail.com that in 2007, after losing his business, he went out into the pitch-black woods near Cape Fear Lake to take...
So to me, that's a red flag straight away. He's gone to Daily Mail with a story, and that's him talking about NASA. If that was the case, shouldn't the NASA hearings brought up Bledsoe saying, oh, they proved that Bledsoe was actually summoning UFOs and aliens were visitors and him? That didn't happen, did it? Nor the Arrow stuff never brought it up either. So it seems to me like it's just another story with no validation to me. And of course, it doesn't mean it's current NASA stuff. It may have been people that used to work for NASA become UFO believers and got conned by Bledsoe. It's not the first time that someone has been conned by a shill talking to aliens before, right? And it's these type of people that ruin the field for the rest of us. Of course, now people send in here, and he prays over them to heal them, which is, again, bullshit, you know. Humans don't have the power to heal others by prayer. Maybe aliens can wave something over us and heal us, or inject nanobots into us, or whatever. But Bledsoe, given the power of healing, you can see this guy's using his own a religious agenda mixed in with the alien con, as I call it. So who else in NASA has been fooled by people? Donna here, remember she's talked about cattle mutilations, that she saw someone airbrushing out. Well, the fact is NASA can't possibly photograph a cattle mutilation from space. That's not possible. Even a low-flying drone might be able to, but still it's going to be pretty crappy footage, especially back in the 70s. So she's another one that's from NASA that's put all this nonsense out there in the field, and it still gets recycled. When someone could have just been pranking her. Just get holding a photo and saying, oh, this is what we saw on the moon, or whatever. So it's hard to know what's truth and what's disinformation, actually. In fact, they may have done it on purpose to be disinformation, right? She was a greenhorn at the time. And of course, now she recommends another guy. What was his name that we talked about too? He photoshopped himself in a spacesuit. He also was a NASA engineer, right? And he also fabricated lots of fake stories about NASA airbrushing photos. And he saves the real ones from the rubbish bin, which turned out to be that NASA did not get rid of those photos because they scanned it in years later and it's now available online. So, yeah, destroying negatives, no. So there's a few people like that. And then you got Richard Hoagland that also talks about the face on mask and seeing buildings and rocks and all that sort of stuff. And he's been disproven wrong so many times now too. So he's also ex-NASA. So yeah, am I surprised that maybe some ex-NASA people went to visit Bledsoe and got conned by his little trick of summoning UFOs? So yeah, it's a bit like that other story from Australia. That one was more elaborate and detailed than whatever Bledsoe's ever done, and even that seemed a wee bit out there, but yeah, so, and of course they made no money from it. From the other story, they didn't say they made lots of money. That it was like Arnold, someone that none of us really heard of. Well, Bledsoe, everybody's heard of Bledsoe. He's all over the place. He's writing books. He's on TV shows. He's making money from it, and he's also got all these religious supporters. So he's making money from the church aspect of it. So yeah, don't trust this guy whatsoever.
Take his own life. He remembered yelling into the empty woods and asking for help amid his struggles. "Whoever's up there, help me," he said. After that, he reportedly saw something from within 40 feet of the hill's summit. 2 tangerine-colored, blood-red spheres were hovering about 150 feet above the ground.
And flares, parachutes.
While Bledsoe hesitates to refer to them as aliens, he is adamant that they are not from this earth. He added that since then, these glowing orbs have appeared over his home every night. He added that at the time, he was broke and couldn't even buy his kids lunch. He reportedly lost everything and was desperate.
And that's another good reason to fake a UFO sighting so you can sell it in newspapers or get some new followers to go to church with this elaborate story of giving you healing powers. Alright? It's a bit like people buy bits of wood that have been blessed by the Pope, you know, or wooden cross, and they pay big money for it because it's been blessed by the Pope. What's Jasper saying down here? It's repeating. No, maybe the article did repeat. The articles tend to repeat some of this stuff. Yeah, very true. Okay. Yeah. Bledsoe, I don't find credible at all, and it's amazing that he's got such a big cult following. That's just amazing. Where's my reader thing disappear to? Did it stop reading it? Where's the toolbar thing gone? You scumbag thing. Does it carry on?
NASA, CIA investigate man from North. Caleb White, July 20.
It's not
Facebook,
perfect,
Twitter,
is it?
LinkedIn. Photo, Pexels /
Okay, we're gonna have to skim it.
UAP in California. Christopher Bledsoe, a former construction magnate, revealed to Daily.
Yeah, we went through
"Whoever's up there, help me," he said. After that, he reportedly saw something from within 40 feet of the hill's summit. 2 tangerine-colored, blood-red spheres were hovering about 150 feet above the ground.
Sounds like flares.
While Bledsoe hesitates to refer to them as aliens, he is adamant that they are not from this earth. He added that since then, these glowing orbs have appeared over his home every night. He added that at the time, he was broke and couldn't even buy his kids lunch. He reportedly lost everything and was desperate. The ball of fire allegedly appeared directly over him. He remembered seeing 2 creatures with red eyes. In his recollection, he was just gone for 20 minutes, but later learned that he was missing all night. When he returned, he saw his son weeping, asking why he left him. Bledsoe said he shared the incident with his community, but he was ridiculed and was advised to keep it to himself, forcing him and his son to keep the experience a secret. Bledsoe also remembered seeing a woman glowing in a white dress. She was reportedly floating 3 feet off the ground. The woman allegedly told him that she would help him if he knew why she was there. Also read, UAPs can enter Earth via wormholes in active volcano. 2 spotted in Mexico's Popocatépetl while it spews lava, expert claims. NASA, CIA looking into alleged UAP encounter.
Expert claims volcanoes. Bullshit. I wonder who the expert was. Does it say? No. I might have to click and read that one. Go back to it in a minute.
Encounter. Bledsoe informed DailyMail.com that NASA started looking into his claims in 2008 and kept doing so for around 8 years. According to Bledsoe, the American Space Agency.
So there should be a paper trail if that's the case. Are they current NASA employees or are they ex-NASA employees as well?
Agency did their homework and consulted members of his neighborhood. He also participated in research involving materials not of this world. Tim Taylor, a NASA veteran, reportedly placed a metal from a galaxy 50 million light-years away in his hand, and they waited for any reaction, and they got something they had never seen before. Taylor reportedly told him he had never seen anything like it.
So, anyone heard of this Taylor guy? I hope it's not related to Travis Taylor, because then that would be highly suspect. Could be his brother, isn't it? Let's see if we can find information on this guy. What happened there? I don't want search, I want on the web. Oh, but oh dear, oh dear. Sorry about that, guys. I think my nose has suddenly got unblocked now. Tim Allen? No. Tim Taylor. We want to put NASA in, probably. Let's find out about a Tim Taylor NASA. Is there any such person? Now I've got this amazing tickle in my throat. Okay, when co-founder of Insidious Incorporated, surgical device company, especially in spinal products. He started his career at NASA. So could that be the guy we're after? So he's not currently working for NASA then. He worked on the space shuttle program. So he sounds like an engineer, right? So he sounds like someone that had an interest in UFOs after he left NASA. So using this NASA tag without NASA's permission after they retired should be allowed. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. Another tin, but does it say NASA? No, Blue Light Project. Now, this is why we need hard facts, hard documentation to back up all this nonsense. Okay, Timothy E. Taylor. I wonder if that's the guy that comes up with the same information as before. And that's all we got. So, worked on the space shuttle and now runs a medical device company. And easily conned by Bledsoe, but so, preserve and researching materials not of this world. So how did he do that? A NASA veteran. That sounds like someone that's not working for NASA anymore. Reportedly placed a metal from a galaxy 50 million light years away. Well, he was told it was from 50 million light years away for action. They got something they never thought. Reportedly told him that he had never seen anything like it. Now let's just keep on reading.
Tim Taylor, a NASA veteran, reportedly placed a metal from a galaxy 50 million light-years away in his hand, and they waited for any reaction, and they got something they had never seen before. Taylor reportedly told him he had never seen anything like it. In the past 2 years, Bledsoe has recorded over 2,000 videos of orbs passing over his house.
So what did he get? You know, that's just a statement made by Bledsoe again with no proof. Oh, he had some metal in his hand, he got some reaction. What kind of reaction? Did he get some acid burns on his skin or what? Now, this is just bullshit, isn't it? Daily Mail should have just asked the hard questions and said, well, where's the proof? Where's the picture of this metal? And why wasn't it given to Arrow
because didn't they say that if you've got anything like that, you must hand it into Arrow for research and you'll get it back? So have they got anything that claims to be from a UFO, you're meant to hand it in the USA? You had like a grace period. They should arrest Bledsoe right away and grill him, and anal probe him. Anyway.
House. Others were photographed hovering just a few feet above the ground, while others photographed the luminous balls in the sky. Beyond Skinwalker Ranch,
I don't know about you, but I'm never impressed with luminous balls of light in the sky or dots in the sky. That's just absolutely bullshit UFO videos, right? There could be anything from Chinese lanterns to flaring satellites. In fact, the one I'm going to look at from Easter, I'm going to cover in 2 days, and you'll see exactly what I mean. But anyway, we'll just carry on.
A show pursuing evidence of UAP found Bledsoe's story interesting. The program spent 7 days with Bledsoe researching him and observing the skies near his home. The detectives for the show discovered that Bledsoe could call upon the orbs at...
So one of the detectives was an ex-CIA. Actually, is he any of these guys ever ex-CIA? Are they always with CIA? Anyway, he's going to be a CIA scientist, and the other one was some sort of newspaper reporter dude, I think. And they haven't got a clue. Bledsoe was pulling the wool over their eyes. They had no clue. They should have strapped his hands down. Or at least put a... they should have put him inside a box. Well, or put up a sheet, a line, put a line between 2 posts and put a sheet up so no one could see him from the forest when he put his hand up. That would have been what I would have done. I would have done it the same way Great Randy, the Great Randy guy would have done it, just to prove no underhanded stuff happening. He's now dead though, the Great Randy guy. He's the one that debunked a lot of the shills out there and offered $1 million if they could prove they had special superhuman powers, from levitating to magic or whatever. But yeah, he's no longer with us. But he does some really interesting presentations that you can find on YouTube still, well worth digging up.
At any time. He told DailyMail.com that all it takes is for him to pray for them to manifest. The Monroe Institute, which investigates human consciousness, experts in NASA have examined the North Carolina resident's brain. The group examines Bledsoe's brain activity as he interacts with the occurrences on the History Channel program. Bledsoe seemed to have an emotional connection with the orbs that appeared throughout the show, according to neuroscientist James Thompson, who examined the data and determined Bledsoe has no brain problems. Bledsoe claimed that he was probably the most studied person in the world. Related article, Harvard astrophysicist who claims to have found proof of extraterrestrial life accused of stealing recovered meteor. Check out more news and information on UAP in Science Times.
Is that it? Oh, yeah, that's too. So Bledsoe's brain is perfectly fine. Bollocks. I'd like to see that peer reviewed. Not only that, you should be put through all the regular tests that the other alien inductees do, with the psychologist and also all the quizzes and tests that they give them. Yes, does anyone actually on the side chats actually believe anything of Bledsoe at all? Anyone? I've debunked a few of his stuff over the years. But yeah, NASA was claiming NASA researched him. Might be just a a few people from NASA or a team of people to help him investigate him that showed up at his place. But yeah, we don't know because the information wasn't provided, was it? Let's see. If we type in Chris Bledsoe, let's see how much is out there on him. Debunked. Let's see. What else could we say? Bledsoe exposed. Okay, let's try that. History channel. Straight up on biased Google search. UFO of God with Chris Bledsoe. Okay, there's the God bit chucked in here. Ryan Bledsoe is his son. And it's on a podcast, is it? UFO God again on a book. Extraordinary True Story of Chris Bledsoe. So, yep, how much does that sell for, I wonder? Bledsoe, do UFOs and God coexist? Goodreads, Amazon again. YouTube. Aliens really angels? No. Daily Mail tells Fox News host Jitsi has claimed he can summon alien orbs by praying. So, yeah, get a few experts like myself together for an event and we'll see if we can agree with that. Chris Bledsoe debunked. 4.3 million views. Okay, let's have a look at that one. If it'll let us. Gotta log in. I don't want to. Can we get past that? There we go. Okay, so it looks like there's a few videos. 68 Blitz had an alien probe. Two beings showed him the secret to life. They need to teach him how to talk faster as well. Because he talks like this, and it's really, really slow. And his brain doesn't work very fast. Anyway, quite a lot of views there. Let's have a look. Does it play? No sound. I can't hear any sound. What's that? Is it a thing to do with this?
Okay, so you want some UFO secrets? I don't do this very often, but I'm going to confirm with first-hand knowledge a story that you can now read about publicly. If you don't know who this guy is, you need to find out. We can start with my little debrief here. His name is Chris Bledsoe. He's a very successful contractor and builder in the Carolinas. He owned his own company. He was very successful, had a lot of money, did not need to create any extra notoriety or money for himself. In 2007, Chris had an encounter with...
That's bollocks, because that's not where he heard he could even buy a sandwich or something, wasn't it?
with a UFO near his home in North Carolina, where he reports he was taken on board, taken to a specific location, shared a lot of information with him regarding stuff that he was supposed to share with humanity, and then he was returned back home.
This doesn't sound like
shortly after he started sharing the information that he was given, his life turned upside down. His community and even his own family started to ridicule him. He lost his successful business, lost his home, his kids were being picked on at school, and a lot of tragedies befell him and his family. But regardless, he kept telling his story as he had promised to do. Now, word of his tale caught hold in the UFO community, where he got a lot of attention from curious UFO buffs. Numerous government agents and agencies started knocking on his door, and even MUFON seemed to want to provide support for Chris by setting up a documentary to discuss his encounter. He was sent a contract just like the one I received in the fall from a Discovery Channel producer. Now, something you guys need to know is that there are more intelligence agents in the UFO.
Yeah, so that wasn't debunking it, was it? So it looks like it's promoting them, if anything. So much for that. Related to Bledsoe debunked. None of those are. Oh well. Tick tock tock. Was a waste of time. Visited by creatures with red eyes. Perhaps they got the same problem I have because I get red eyes. Inflamed eyes. Cosmic rebirth. What is the deal with Chris Bledsoe? Is he legit? Let's have a look at that one. What's going on with this guy? I listened to his entire story and it seems like absolute nonsense. I also view his Instagram regularly and he constantly posts videos of out of focus lights in the sky and in the woods around his property. Yeah. So if you were talking to aliens, right, you think you'd get an up close personal picture of a UFO when they weren't expecting. Well, even the neighbours, right? Neighbours with a P1000 100 times zoom might be far enough for the aliens not to notice, and they might actually get a picture of this alien coming down to talk to Bledsoe. But none of that ever happens, right? People, at least I can provide you some evidence. I got a picture of a girl standing next to my bed. Where's his evidence of what he claims, you know? Why has he not got cameras set up like I have, 24/7, all around the house and inside? So yeah, this guy is bullshit, Bledsoe. And he obviously makes a lot more money than I do. As you can see, I do a live show and I get no money. You know, he would expect people to be throwing money left, right and centre like most of the talking heads out there. This is a weird one. His youngest son, Ryan, has a podcast mainly about esoteric and pop culture. So they're all on the grift, right? But also to some extent directly about the dad's experience. They are interviewed, Chris, all the kids, and a number of friends of the family, and all claim to have witnessed the phenomenon in Chris's presence. Well, if he's setting up drones to prank people, then none the wiser, right? They'll see them as UFOs as well. Ryan also talks about interacting with folks. Whole family seems very convinced that what happened is really some sort of interdimensional or supernatural phenomenon, and the government is actively monitoring them. So why has Arrow never brought it up then? Because it should be on their records, shouldn't it? Especially the special metal that NASA looked at. What's weird is the family and Chris in particular have faced huge backlash in their North Carolina community. Well, because they're probably religious. Yeah. Christians calling his experience demonic. Blah blah blah. Okay. It's a big long response. I'm always highly suspicious of experience who have ongoing contact and claim all sorts of secret squirrel knowledge. Yeah. Me too. I'm even skeptical of what comes out my head sometimes, but I just tell it as it is, and
build on it as we go through the years to see if it actually makes even more sense later on, or if I correct some of it. Otherwise, what you get from dreams is not necessarily correct, is it? And it may be muddled up a wee bit. I wouldn't even give the story any thoughts. I've seen something about an entity giving them some kind of message or knowledge, but they can't release it until certain times. That sounds like a cop-out, doesn't it? I don't think he's a grifter. Yeah? How much money is he making? He's just a true believer and deeply religious. Yeah, into the woo. I have an art like this, but her thing is angels. So people are giving them out there. The best argument anyone has for the authenticity of Bledsoe is the high-profile people that have been to his house. So here comes this NASA story going, including NASA. The reality is that ufology is full of true believers with great credentials. Exactly. So they can be fooled as well. Just as you have, well, people of every religion, you also have, well, credentialed people who believe in UFOs. So that's a pretty good balanced comment there. I hold that it's entirely possible that at some point Chris may have actually witnessed something out of the ordinary. I don't recall exactly where he lives, but Carolina. But the Brown Mountain Lights are known as phenomenon in that vicinity. And they forget to mention that he lives next door to an Air Force base. So yeah, and airport. If I recall, the high-profile person was Tim Taylor. We found that out as well. The guy from Diana Pasuka's book, not Travis Taylor, the Skinwalker Ranch guy, head of UAP task force, wouldn't say that Tim Taylor was representing NASA with his interest in Bledsoe, but I could be wrong. So that's what I was saying. NASA wouldn't have anything to do with that, and they're just using that to build up his fake credibility, right? Another high-profile person is Lou Elizondo, who has also been telling lies. So there you go. So two credible people are very suspect. I think some of those early abduction accounts were more credible than his. You know? But we'll keep reading more of them. I've got a few more to go through there. So this guy thinks he's had a lot of genuine anomalous phenomena occur in his life. But why haven't we got any evidence of it then? Just lights in the skies, no evidence. Why has he not captured this lady or the apparition? Oh, she won't show if we've got cameras going. Yeah, but these aliens can mess around with technology anyway. So 1 year ago this was. I don't know, but his son's sure a hoaxer. Okay. Posts photos of raindrops or dust with flash and calls it orbs constantly. Posts videos of planes and shit that's easily explainable. Exactly. And of course, I reckon his son is the one that's helping him hoax it. When they had those other guys visit him from Skinwalker. even went as far as to increase exposure on a camera and photograph someone in the woods. Yeah, that's the one I debunked. He really relaxed it under the guise that it was an international entity. So yeah, if you put the camera settings on long exposure and move the camera strangely, you end up with a ghost image, right? But anyway, that's what Dr. Greer does as well. Self-publishing, otherwise known as vanity publishing. Often self-publishing was a last resort for authors whose books were not deemed to be commercially viable. So even his book that he's selling is his own personal publishing, using Amazon, I suppose. No book company would honour it. I have some stories. Is it an electronic book? I know you can actually pay companies to print 1,000 books, but you got to pay like $10,000 or something to get it underway, and they ship it to your door in boxes, and then you can sell it that way at conferences, right? His videos all appear to show satellites, here we go, and other ordinary phenomena. About a year ago, he recorded a rocket launch moving up the east coast from Florida. His narration referred to it as it being over his pond. Not sure if grifter, nuts, or ignorant. Actually, it's possible to be all three. Yes. That's very true, isn't it? And this one we'll be looking at tomorrow night. Special type of satellites. As soon as I saw it. Anyway, but we'll go over that in a couple of days. It means nobody wants to publish his book. Yeah, that's cringe. Anyway, Bledsoe is not credible, or his sons. But these other stories out of the blue seem more credible, and we'll go through the rest of them next weekend, and we'll see where it leads to. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up for today. It must be 4 hours gone, or close to. I need to get something to eat. Oh, we got 5 on YouTube. Did I miss a few comments there at all? No. It's down to 3. Wasn't my eyes playing up before? People just suddenly dropped off. Anyway, I'll just close this down now and wrap up for the thing. And shame about no one wanted to pop on Openlines again. And I'll just bring up the credits and say good night. And Jasper, hopefully we'll see you again in a couple of days, huh? And next weekend. And tell Michael and all the others to get here. You need to be supporting the Out There channel. And not Bledsoe, for all people. And all the other damn grifters out there. So, yeah. Tried to be positive, but there's still negative elements that pop into the positive side of things that we can't get around, like Bledsoe. So, yeah. But we need more people to come on and tell their accounts, especially if they've never told it before. Those stories are always the best. I suppose I better start ending some stuff here before the credits run out.
X. And all the other ones. Odyssey, Pilled, Rumble, Twitch,